We will start now with our fourth day of hearing, in this case between Michael Anthony Lichin and the Dominican Republic. The parties received yesterday from the Secretariat the remaining time. I think that we are doing quite well. Not so much so with the tribunal. We'll try to restrict ourselves a little bit more. And unless you have a specific consideration, we give the floor once again to the respondent for them to continue the examination of Mrs. Lopez.
With Ms. Ramirez to continue the cross-examination. Just wanted to get a little procedural guidance from the tribunal. We have pending a response to Mr. Leithley's question, and just we're in a position to answer that now, if the tribunal deems it appropriate, or we can take it up at the procedural moment that the tribunal deems best. So just wanted to make that point, to get guidance from the tribunal on what's the best moment to do that.
I think the best moment is at the moment of the question of the tribunal to Mrs. Lopez. At that moment, if it is possible, I think at the end of those questions, that is to say, at the end of this examination to Mrs. Lopez, we will be back on that.
That makes perfect sense, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and we'll move on to the continuation of the cross-examination. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Buenos días a todos, señor presidente.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. President, may I please continue with the cross-examination of Mrs. Lopez? Yes, please, you have the floor. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Mrs. Lopez, good morning again. Good morning. We shall continue then with your cross-examination, and we will show you now paragraph 32 of your statement. Do you see it on the screen? Yes. At paragraph 32 of your statement, you said that the legal authorities in the Dominican Republic finally ordered the creation of a technical commission with management powers over the Duquesa landfill instead of Lajun. Is that correct? Yes. And that was the result of what you said was the poor management of solid waste at the Duquesa landfill. Is that correct? Yes, it is. And such a technical commission comprises the municipality of Santo Domingo North, the environmental ministry, and the public health ministry. Is that correct? Yes, it is. As we saw yesterday, you also said that starting in September 2020 and up to May 2021, you were part of the President's Commission for the Restructuring of the Duquesa landfill on behalf of the Ministry of Public Health. Is that correct? Yes, it is. And this President's Commission is standalone commission and separate from the technical commission that we just referred to. Correct, they are completely independent. And you also said that one of the goals of the President's Commission is to coordinate and implement the technical closing of the landfill. To coordinate and implement what? Let me ask you again. Can you hear me now? Yes. You also stated that one of the goals of the President's Commission is to coordinate and implement the technical abandonment or closing of the technical landfill, correct? Yes. And I am going to show you paragraph 33. Can you see it on the screen? And at that paragraph,
usted afirma que los miembros de la comisión presidencial
you are saying that the members of the Presidential Committee have also looked into the actions to be implemented by the Dominican government with the support of multilateral agencies for the technical shutdown of the or closure of this landfill. Do you see it? Yes. And what are these agencies that you are referring to here? Within the framework of the meetings held by the Commission, we had some presentations by the Ministry of Economy on the results of a consultancy that was held with the support of the IDB. And here, when I'm referring to international organizations, this is the IDB. Is there any other multilateral agency you were referring to in addition to the IDB? I do not recall exactly, but during that consultancy, they also referred one of the consulting agencies from Japan. Do you think that that agency was the JICA? I am familiar with JICA, but I am not certain whether it was JICA or not. And at some point in time, did Council for the Dominican Republic ask you to provide copies of all of those documents? And based on those presentations within, or were you asked to present a copy of all of the presentations within the President's Commission? We referred to the President's Commission and we addressed the outcome of the consultancy. We did discuss that, but my question is whether at some point in time, Council for the DR asked you to provide a copy of all of the presentations that the IDB, for example, introduced during the meetings of the President's Commission. No, I do have those documents because that was part of what I had as part of the work that I did with the Commission, but I did not provide that to attorney. That was not requested. I did not provide it. And I understand that you have those documents with you, correct? I'm sorry, but the sound was not proper. If I understand correctly, you still have copies of those presentations by the IDB, correct? Yes, and those IDB presentations were not attached to your statement, correct? Correct. In connection with the IDB, what are the actions that have already been implemented as to the discussions within the President's Commission? As far as I know, the consultancy only presented a plan that included short, mid, and long-term steps. And I am not totally aware of the level of consultancy. I did not participate in all of the meetings, or that was not addressed during the meetings in which I participated. Do you know if during the presentations, the IDB indicated whether they were going to make any sort of investment. I am only familiar with the consultancy as such, but I do not know whether the IDB was intending to make an investment. I do not know. Do you know if at some point in time the President's Commission or the DR signed some sort of agreement with the IDB in connection with this plan that the IDB presented at the meetings held by the President's Commission? No, I'm not aware of that. Do you know if the IDB indicated that they were going to extend a loan in connection with this project that they presented to the President's Commission? No, I'm not aware of that.
Doctora, gracias. Quisiera
Thank you.
mostrarle ahora en pantalla.
I would like to show you now a document that has been identified in this arbitration as C-170.
¿Ya puede ver la carátula en pantalla?
Can you see the cover page on the screen? Yes.
La prueba C-170
C-170 is the minutes of the second meeting held by the President's Commission for the restructuring of the Duquesa landfill, which was held at the National Palace
el día 3 de marzo
on March
del
3rd,
2020.
2020.
Y contiene una larga
And
lista
there is a long list of participants, for example, ministers and representatives of the various municipalities, as well as other representatives of the DR state. Do you see it? Yes.
Y según la primera página,
And based on the
lo vamos a
cover
mostrar un
page,
poco moviendo la imagen,
let me move the page slightly.
el objetivo de esta
The goal
reunión
of this
era
meeting was
conocer información
to get
del
to
proceso
know
de
information
arbitraje
on the international arbitration
conocer
process,
documentación provisional
to get
recibida
to
del
see information received from the IDB, and also to see the progress made by the technical commission regarding the plan of action, correct? Yes, that is what it says. And the IDB is the Inter-American Development Bank, correct? That's what I assume, because it's not broken down, but that is the acronym the bank goes by.
Gracias. Y quisiera pasar
Thank you.
en este
And
mismo
now,
documento a la
in this
página
same document,
170,
I would like to move on to
se lo vamos a mostrar.
C-170.10.
¿Ya lo puede ver en pantalla?
Can you see it here?
Y en este párrafo de la minuta de la segunda
And at this paragraph of this second paragraph of the minutes, we read, DICOEX representative explained that they understand it is a public policy issue, but he asked us to be careful in, for example, granting direct concession to others or having another bid without having an award from the arbitration. But all of those actions and internal roads and improvements to the environment will always be welcome, to see that they did nothing. Did I read it correctly? Yes. Is DICOEX the Office for the Administration of International Trade Agreements with the Dominican Republic? Yes. Do you know that DICOEX is the government authority in the Dominican Republic that defends the state against arbitration cases against the state? I do not have specific knowledge about the role of DICOEX. I cannot tell you that that is one of the roles of the office. Were the DICOEX representatives the ones that contacted you to be a witness here in this arbitration? The communication that the Ministry of Health received to appoint witnesses came from the Ministry of Industry and Trade. And is DICOEX part of that ministry? That's what I understand. Do you know or are you aware that as of the date of the minutes, in March, the only international investment arbitration against the Dominican Republic in connection with the Duquesa landfill was only this arbitration that had been initiated by Mr. Michael Lee Chin? I would like to clarify something. I think that this is of March 2020. I was not with the commission back then. I started to work with the commission for the restructuring in September 2020 when I started to work for the Ministry of Health. Therefore, I did not participate in this meeting with representatives of the Ministry of Health. Therefore, I'm not aware of the processes back then.
Gracias. Y ya mismo le voy a hacer
Thank you. And let me ask you something regarding that. But now going back to the DCOX paragraph. The reference here to the arbitration in this paragraph refers to this international arbitration initiated by Mr. Michael Lee Chin. Honestly, I'm not aware whether this is referring or not to this arbitration. And the reference to they, to make so that it can be seen that they did nothing. This is referring to La June, correct? I'm not aware. And according to these minutes, the plan of the President's Commission was to welcome any actions implemented in connection with schedules, internal roads, or improvements to the environment in connection with Duquesa so that it could appear that La June was doing nothing. La June would appear as doing nothing in Duquesa. As I did not participate in the drafting of these minutes, I do not feel that I should make any comments on this. And based on these minutes by the President's Commission, any new bidding or any concession in connection with the Duquesa landfill would have to take place after the issuance of a decision in this arbitration. To be careful, is that correct? I don't know whatever was discussed at that meeting. Had you seen this before? No, because as I said before, I did not participate of these meetings, and I started working with the Commission in September 2020. And you did not have any access to this prior to becoming a member of the Commission in September 2020, is that correct? Well, the only minutes I am familiar with are the ones that I worked on after I became a member of the Commission. We did address situations starting in September 2020 when I got to the Commission. And if I understand your statement correctly, your evidence, you did not review these minutes after you became a member of the President's Commission, not even to get to see what had happened within the Commission before you became a part of this Commission. This is not something that I saw. For example, we talked about the plan, the status of the consultancy, but we did not review previous minutes within the framework of the meetings. And for the preparation of your evidence, I understand correctly, the attorney for the Dominican Republic did not give you a copy of these minutes, correct? I do not recall seeing these minutes. And in connection with the minutes of the President's Commission, the ones that you did attend, was this international arbitration discussed? I think that it was discussed once, where they were referring to the ownership of lands and similar aspects, but as a representative of public health, we were concerned on the actions to be implemented for the improvement of collective health, public health. Thank you. Could you confirm if at least up to May 2021, when you no longer participated at the Commission, whether the Commission's position was to implement actions to show that La June was doing nothing at the Duquesa landfill? Not at all. The mission the Commission had was to cure the situation at the landfill and to implement actions by the Ministry of Public Health, as well as the corporation on the aqueduct in Santo Domingo, to improve the situation within the framework of improvement for public health, regardless of previous actions. We wanted to cure a situation, to solve a situation that we had at hand. And could you please confirm whether by May 2021, when you stop being a member of the President's Commission, the Commission's position was not to grant any concessions or issue any request for proposals until this arbitration came to an end? Well, in connection to RFPs or other processes, I do not know. We were focusing, as I said in my statement, in carrying out vaccination campaigns for the buzos, that is to say, these individuals that work at the level of the landfill, what we call informal recyclers, and also the Ministry of Public Health was concerned on the perimeter and the fencing and the access roads. So the idea was to improve a little bit the operation of the landfill. I would like to move on to another document, and this is C-171.
¿Puede ver la carátula del documento en pantalla?
Sí, la
Can you
puedo
see
ver.
it on the screen? Yes.
Es una minuta de la tercera
And
reunión.
these are the minutes of the third meeting held by the President's Commission for the Restructuring of the Duquesa landfill. This meeting was held on Teams on June 20th, 2020. June 10th, 2020, that is about 3 months after the second meeting of the commission that we just saw, and almost 3 years after La June had to leave the landfill. Can you see it on the screen? Yes. And this has a long list of participants. This comes from the list of participants that includes several ministers and also representatives of municipalities, as well as other representatives of the Dominican state. Can you see it? Yes.
Y doctora, si podemos ver el objetivo central de
Let
la
us
reunión.
look at the key
Sí, la puedo ver.
goal of the meeting. Can we see it? Yes. The key goal of this meeting was to get to know several reports and progress made, and also to have a conversation on the next steps, and also to address several reports that had been received, the final report by the IDB, and also the report on commitments for the plan of action, the report to fight fires, and also the report on the leaches. And can you see it on the screen? Yes. Now, did you ever draft all of the reports that are here indicated in the minutes of the third meeting of the President's Commission? The only one that I'm familiar with as a result of the presentation that we had when I was already a member of the Commission is the one on the IDB's consultancy. I do not remember seeing the other documents. And did outside counsel ever ask you for a copy of, rather, let me withdraw the question. Did outside counsel for the Dominican Republic at any point ask you to look into obtaining copies of the various reports? No, they were not provided to me. Thank you. I would like to move on to C-171.002 of these minutes. And these minutes introduce several reports, as we just said, as we just saw on the situation at that point in time, June 2020, at the Duquesa landfill. And let me show you that we saw. Can you see it on the screen? Yes. And in this report, we see the following in the minutes of the third meeting. Minister Pepin presented a full report on the abatement of the fire and also the works the ancillary work for the coverage of the landfill, and also more than 600,000 square meters of clay and other materials were moved from the mines and also for other processes. And then it continues on the next page.
Iniciado el 28 de abril. En extinción del
Initiated on April 28th, and to control the fire, there was the support of 61 crews of firefighters that were alternating on different days. Have I read it correctly? Yes. Were you familiar with this fire at the Duquesa landfill for the that we see in these minutes? Well, I was familiar with this because this was broadly covered in the national press, and this happened during the administration of the tripartite commission that was created with different agencies of the Dominican Republic government. Now we're going to look at C-171-003.
¿Ya lo puede ver en pantalla?
Sí, lo puedo ver.
Yes, I can see it.
En esa parte de la minuta, el alcalde de Santo
There, the mayor for Santo Domingo North is presenting a report on current operations, that is to say, by June 2020, of the Duquesa landfill, where we read, Santo Domingo North Mayor is reporting on the current conditions of the operations, and below it says, there are no internal lights within the landfill or on access roads. There is no perimeter fence, and he also acknowledged that the average payment at Duquesa is $2, and it's necessary to at least pay $5. The local governments were asked to pay their debts, and the mayor continues, the mayor for Santo Domingo North, on the next page of the minutes, states the following. Los Alcarrizos owes 5 months, Santo Domingo East owes 3 months, Santo Domingo West owes 3 months, Pantoja owes 4 months. The debts to be paid are about 27 million Dominican pesos, and the payables are 25 million Dominican pesos. Did I read it correctly? Yes.
According to this minute of July 2020, for that, at that time, the tipping fee was still very low at Duquesa, and an increase was needed to at least $5 as a minimum. Well, yeah, as I said before, I didn't take part in this meeting. The issue of payments per ton is not within my purview. It's something that I didn't handle when I was part of the Public Health Ministry. And Doctor, according to these minutes of July 2020, at that time, Duquesa landfill was facing problems due to a lack of payment by the Dominican Republic. Is that the case? I have no knowledge of this situation. If I understand your testimony correctly, you had never seen these minutes before? No, I had never seen them. Didn't you see these minutes within the Ministry of Health or the Presidential Commission? As I said before, the minutes which I saw were those that I got when I was part of the commission. We did go into issues that had been reviewed, but I didn't take part in this type of meeting, and didn't see those minutes. Thank you.
Señor presidente, si podríamos tener unos
Mr.
cuantos
President, could you give us a couple of minutes to discuss internally to see if we have any other questions for Dr. Lopez? Yes, if those minutes are short, 2 minutes. Yes, but of course, take the time you need to see whether you can conclude the examination of Dr. Lopez. Thank you very much, Mr. President. 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you. We don't have to go to the breakout room. We just leave the room for a while.
Señor presidente, estamos de vuelta.
Mr. President, we're back. I think it was less than 2 minutes. Yes, indeed, it was less than 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Mr. President, we have no further questions for Dr. Lopez. Thank you very much, Dr. Lopez, for your time. Anytime. Thank you. And thank you, Mrs. Ramirez. At this time, we would have to start the redirect from the lawyers of the respondent. Mr. Tupa, do you need time to get settled? A couple of minutes, and then we can go to the breakout room, and then we can do the redirect. Alonso, please take them to the breakout room, if you may. Yes, I am opening the breakout rooms. Go ahead. Thank you very much. Good morning, Dr. Lopez. Good morning. I will ask you a couple of questions linked to the cross-examination of yesterday and this morning. Yesterday, the claimant's lawyer asked about the scientific results which led to declare an emergency. I would like to ask my colleague if she could project something. You mentioned in your witness testimony, probatory piece R137. Please go to page 8, the report by the Public Health Ministry. It's attached to the letter sent to the official in the Health Ministry, and I would like to go to the page where the conditions of those, the conclusions of those reports are present. And it says the epidemiological situation in the metropolitan region in 2017 regarding illnesses transmitted by food and water, it has been established that they have increased, and there have been episodes of malaria since April. There's a greater frequency of respiratory illnesses in this region compared to the 5 previous year. Regarding leptospirosis and cholera, the illnesses transmitted by vectors are similar to the ones we saw in 2016. Could you explain what these conclusions mean to you? Well, what this means to me, these conclusions, is that while it's true that some illnesses transmitted by vectors were equally frequent as those in 2016, there were others, particularly those transmitted by food or water, which increased. So there's evidence in these conclusions in this document that according to the epidemiological analysis that were used in its in these conclusions, there was a situation that made it necessary to take action. We talk about the proliferation of vectors, and it was imperative to control these vectors in order to mitigate the crisis. Thank you, Dr. Lopez. I have another short question. The lawyer for the claimant showed you several press reports of events happening in 2018, and these were part of your statement, but she didn't show you other press reports that were part of your witness statements. I will show you R126, which is something that you attached to your witness section. It's entitled "The Conflict That Produces a Great Accumulation of Garbage in the Dominican Republic." And I will read part of this paragraph. There was a conflict between the company managing the landfill in the Dominican capital and the municipalities, which has provoked a great accumulation of trash on the streets, which could go or produce a crisis of a health nature in the capital. Later on, it says the health ministry warned that 3.7 million inhabitants of the municipalities of the greater Santo Domingo would be at risk of contracting illnesses due to the accumulation of waste, which would be a result of a reduction in the waste collection services. Now, I will show you R127. Its title is "There is a Backup at the Duquesa Landfill. The services are collapsing in Santo Domingo." And it says, the mayor of the National District, David Collado, warned about the environmental health hazard that La Jun is exposing the city with the measures to restrict the collection of garbage. And then I will show you R128. The title is "The Municipalities of Greater Santo Domingo." Mr. President, there are many press articles that are being shown here, but there's no question to the witness. I will show you these three articles. I will show her these three articles, and then I will ask a question. Go ahead, Dr. Tupa. R128 contains a paragraph that said that faced with this reality in the neighborhoods of the northern area of the capital, we have seen cases of conjunctivitis, gastrointestinal disease, and respiratory problems, and we do not want a breakout of dengue and leptospirosis. The garbage is accumulating in spite of the collection company's efforts, that cannot dump their waste at Duquesa. This is the situation that you describe in your witness statements and to which you refer. Can you explain what was happening? Well, yes, this was the reality at that time. I saw it not only as an official of the health ministry, but also as an inhabitant of the national district. Garbage accumulation was evident. And even though other articles are mentioned, the decision taken was intended to mitigate a risk. Once there is an outbreak of any illness, it's extremely difficult to control it with limited resources in developing countries such as the DR. So what we wanted to do was to avoid an outbreak of dengue, leptospirosis, which have terrible consequences, including death. In Santo Domingo, we saw trash accumulating. We saw the accumulation of garbage and rats all over the city, and that implies a risk for human health. So the health ministry took measures to try to avoid this situation from exploding. It was already a negative situation, and the consequences would have been worse. We're talking about an area where more than 4 million people deposited their waste. Thank you, Dr. Lopez. You talked about the Directorate of Health Area number 3 and the reports that you received from that area. What information was included in those reports by Health Area number 3? And did you communicate that information to the minister? As I said yesterday, these provincial health areas are the representatives of the ministry at a local level. They are decentralized bodies which implement the decisions of the health ministry. Area 3, which is the one we're discussing in this case, was responsible to perform an epidemiological surveillance of the area. It visited the landfills, dumps, and health centers periodically, and it also visited schools in the surrounding areas to make sure that there was public health in those areas. That information was transmitted to the health ministry through the coordination office. The office I directed coordinated the 4 provincial areas at the national level. These areas sent the reports to the office of the minister. So all information regarding public health at a local level reached that office through the office that I directed. So everything having to do with the health situation of the country was channeled through these offices. So you reported this to the Minister of Health. What type of information did you give her? After convalidating the information received by the provincial areas, we reported on how the epidemiological situation was being handled, if there was a situation that required greater attention by the Ministry of Health, etc. Thank you very much. My last question is related to a document shown to you from the Council of the Claimant, C90, and in your witness statement, you quote this document, and I would like to show you some paragraphs that were not mentioned in her questioning. There's one paragraph that says, on the other hand, the Duquesa landfill does not cover the waste it receives, and the wind transports low weight materials. It has scavengers. Water is not being treated and leaches either. The biogas generated by the waste is not being processed, and there are other activities of the landfill that are not being performed. If you add to this the imposition of a very strict schedule limiting the dumping of waste at the final disposal site, as the company has done, it will affect the production of waste and the dumping of waste, transportation and final disposal, and this will go against the health of the population, and it could lead to outbreaks of illnesses that we are mandated to avoid. What do you understand from this? What I understand is that the health ministry was concerned due to this situation. Several visits were made from the central area of the health ministry in area 3. And these visits were intended to verify the situation. And what we have here is a summary of what they saw. The scavengers were not organized, the treatment of leaches was non-existent, and this could affect the quality of the water. And in the previous document, we saw that there had been a variation in 2020, 2016 and 17 regarding the quality of water. And we also talk about the schedule. In my statement, I say that one of the first exchanges I had with Dr. Martinez was when she told me that some situations were coming up due to the lack of a good schedule. The waste could not be deposited, so they couldn't be collected from the city. Waste was accumulating throughout the city, and as a consequence, there was a presence of vectors. And as the last line of the last paragraph says, the health ministry was mandated to avoid the situation, to fulfill the terms of the law. The health ministry is in charge of guaranteeing the public health of the population. So this is why we produce this report, to call attention to the situation we were observing in the field. Thank you, Dr. Lopez. I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Tupa. Thank you, Dr. Lopez. Now, the tribunal would like to ask a series of questions to Dr. Lopez regarding her statement and the answers given to counsel. I give the floor to my colleague, Mr. Lee. Thank you, Mr. President. I will try to ask these questions in Spanish in spite of my accent. So let me see if I can do that. I only have two questions. First of all, the threshold for a health crisis. What I would like to know there is there a monopoly on the identification or the determination of whether there is a health crisis? Because in this case, in certain circumstances, in your witness statement and other documents, there's a mention of the health crisis, and you have shared your scientific experience regarding what is done when faced with a health crisis. But there are other documents indicating that there are other branches of the states that have not taken part in the management of this crisis. So I would like to know if there's a monopoly of who can decide or who can determine whether there's a crisis, and and who can decide whether it exists or not. The health ministry is the body at a national level responsible for that type of analysis. In the health ministry, there is a national directorate of epidemiology, which produces analysis and comparisons of what is happening year after year. There are certain endemic illnesses which have cycles. This is something that is controlled. In this case, we saw illnesses that had a change due to the situation, and other illnesses uh, did not show any modification. But the health ministry was trying to prevent a crisis and a greater problem. But some measures had already been taken through the provincial directorates. There were vaccination campaigns, eradication of mosquitoes campaigns, other types of activities such as the distribution of poison to eliminate rats, etc. So in the framework of this statement, we have said that even though some indicators did not show an exponential increase of these illnesses, we did see a constant increase. So the health ministry in charge of guaranteeing public health wanted to mitigate the outbreak of a crisis of a health nature. Well, another way to summarize what you have said is that someone like you who has experience in the health area, who is in charge of the well-being of the calculation, that person can reach a conclusion indicating, yes, we are at the threshold of a health crisis. But another official that does not have your background could reach a different conclusion. Is that right? Depending on the knowledge of how indicators are being handled at a national level. An epidemiologist could say, well, no, this indicator is analyzed in a certain way, so we are faced with a probable increase of cases. So yeah, it depends on the background of the person. So in your statement in the paragraph 20, where it said that this situation required immediate attention, you say that from the point of view of the health of the population. Is that not the case? Yes, regarding the indicators I was seeing and knowing that if garbage was not adequately collected in the city, and that could give rise to an increase in the vectors and the cases of illnesses, we were facing the beginning of a crisis. So that's why we took those measures. And the last question is, up to what point, when you are researching and analyzing whether there is a problem and recommending a solution, how deep do you go into the economic analysis? if the solution is viable from an economic standpoint or not. And this question is correlated with the questions posed by Dr. Ramirez on the economic situation of the Duquesa landfill. That is to say, the price being charged to the state, etc. I don't know to what extent your analysis and recommendations include an economic analysis of the business, or do you perform an analysis more from an environmental standpoint, the health of the population, and you provide some, let's not call them theoretical recommendations, but more adequate recommendations, but without an economic analysis? Well, my interaction in this case was always from the point of view of the public health of the population. I didn't consider aspects related to price. These were things that were not within my purview. In my statement, one of the things we analyzed within the commission was how to perform a vaccination campaign. Why? Because scavengers were at risk of contracting tetanus, so we had to vaccinate them against this disease. So we coordinated a vaccination campaign for the vaccination of these informal recyclers. Regarding public health, we didn't go into an economic analysis of the situation. Thank you, Mr. President. I have no further questions. Thank you, Christian. Professor Cohen, do you have any questions? Mr. President, I would be tempted to ask questions on COVID-19, but this is not within the scope of this procedure, so I have no questions. Thank you very much. Yes, let's not go there. I have a couple of questions for Dr. Lopez, and they are related to the questions we have heard from Mr. Leckley. You mentioned yesterday that you visited the landfill 2 or 3 times. I don't know if we're 2 or 3, but do you remember when you went to the landfill? I can't give you the exact dates, but I do know that it was when I was the director of the coordinating office, September 2018 to May 2020. But I can't give you the dates, unfortunately. So you visited the landfill after the crisis or the critical point where the emergency declaration was forthcoming. So this is why I ask you, I had an impression that the visit to the landfill had been after this crisis. And what was your impression of the problems the landfill had at the moment you visited it between 2018 and 2020? If you saw problems in the landfill when you went there and you visited, was the situation you saw very different, better, or worse than the situation you lived through, not only as a professional, but also as a citizen of the city in 2017? Well, let me clarify. Maybe I confused the dates, but the visits I performed happened between September 2016 to May 2018, when I was a director of the coordinating office. The fact that someone from the central office goes to the local level implies that there is a situation that must be solved. When I visited the landfill before, we saw that there was a problem. Waste was accumulating, and as my statement says, it's a very densely populated area. There are schools, police stations, health centers, and we even went to the health centers, and we heard there that there had been an increase of cases of respiratory illness. Okay, but what I'm interested in is whether, well, maybe I'm not asking the question correctly. What I would like to know is if the situation that you saw, that you had to analyze as a person responsible for this area and as a citizen in 2017, was that different from the situation you saw in 2020 or at present? Is the situation more difficult in 2017? And in 2017, was that the worst situation you saw as a professional?
In 2017, well, quite honestly, I've not been back to the landfill since then. But what I can talk about is the accumulation of garbage in the city. There's a tangible difference. There's a major difference. The current situation cannot be compared in terms of garbage collection with the situation previously. I'm not talking so much about the situation at the landfill itself because I haven't returned to the landfill. I can't say it's more congested because I haven't returned. That's why I'm answering you in the talking about the accumulation of trash in the streets and in terms of the significant change. And did you visit other landfills at that period up to 2018? In addition to visiting Duquesa, did you visit others? Yes. I visited the province of Samana landfill. I think I mentioned that yesterday. I visited that one as well. And the situation was much better? It was a precarious situation, but it was a bit more controlled. But as we saw yesterday, it also had its shortcomings. That landfill did. And finally, you say in your statement, and you repeated this several times, that the health situation was due to the poor management of the landfill, the bad management or mismanagement of the landfill. What convinces you of that? You say there were rats, I've heard that, but why do you say there was mismanagement or poor management of the landfill? Are you saying this as a physician, or just why do you say that? I use the word management because since then I've had experience in management of health services. Now, when we visited it, you could see that it wasn't organized. That visit, the date of which I don't recall, it was when I was director, but I just don't remember the date. One could see that the landfill was not organized. So if there's no organization in the place of final disposal, then I can't demand of those who collect the garbage to perform their function adequately. That is why we say that since the landfill had problems, one could not deposit or dispose of trash there. That had an impact on public health because it meant there was more garbage in the street, there were more vectors and so on. That is why I use the term poor management or mismanagement, because it had a negative impact on public health. And on the same thing, you say there is poor management of the landfill. Now, you as a specialist in tropical medicine, how can you determine whether a landfill is being well managed or not? You say the amount of garbage, or perhaps there's a better odor, worse odor, more rats, less rats. What is it exactly that leads you to this conclusion? Well, since I'm not an expert in landfill management, what I can tell you is the information we had through the at the Ministry of Health. Well, it was evidence that at the landfill there was no monitoring plan of the activities. There was never any evidence of that. The garbage was never covered, and if it was covered to a very limited extent, which meant that the wind would push or carry the garbage that was at the top, and it would be spread out. Factors such as that led me to say that there was poor management of the landfill. Very well, I understand that there are no more questions for you, with which you are now released, so to speak. I thank you so much for helping out this tribunal. Certainly. Thank you. Thank you. So you can now step down, Dr. Lopez. Now we will now go on to the examination of the next witness, Sócrates Pérez. It might be a good idea to take a break. Even though we had said 10-minute breaks, maybe it could be a bit less. Let me know if the lawyers need more time. And I particularly put this to Dr. Or Ms. Ramirez, because you're the one who will be examining Mr. Perez. If it's you, do you need more time, or is the 10-minute break sufficient? Yes, Mr. President, I'm not the one who's going to be cross-examining Mr. Perez, but we think 10 minutes is appropriate. We did want to discuss an administrative issue, which is to see whether we can have an opportunity for my colleague, Juliana de Valdenebro, to answer Mr. Leafley's question, if this is a good, as we had discussed this morning, if this is a good time. Yes, it is a good time. Good morning, Ms. Valdenebro. Good morning, President, arbitrators.
One of your questions on Tuesday se relacionaba con la ley que podría ser
was related to the law that might be applicable for studying the legitimate expectations that an investor could have in the face of certain acts which are now, it is alleged, might be ultra vires, that is to say, beyond the scope of authority of certain agencies or officials of the state. The claimant's position is that the answer to your question is in the record. The first is, what is the applicable law? We believe that both Dominican law and public international law need to be applied. Now, from the standpoint of Dominican law, I'd like to draw your attention to Exhibit CL 109, and that is Law 107 of 2013 of the Dominican Republic on the rights of persons in their relations with the administration and administrative procedure. In particular, I'd like to highlight Article 10 of that law, which enshrines a principle that is well known in civil law and administrative law, which is the presumption of validity of administrative acts. According to that article, any administrative act or all administrative acts are considered valid until such time as their invalidity is declared by an administrative or judicial authority, as per the terms of this same law. And so a foreign investor based on this Dominican law also has the right to presume that the acts that are presented to it are valid until such time as they are declared null and void. This from the standpoint of Dominican law. Now, from the standpoint of international law, there are at least 2 cases in the record, if not more, that speak of the possibility of recognizing the legitimate expectations of an investor, even when the state claims that these acts were ultra vires in one way or another, or that they ended up being null and void under domestic law. The first case is evidence put forward by the respondent. This is RL 534, Southern Pacific Properties, v. Egypt, and in particular, paragraphs 82 to 85 of that award, where the tribunal studies the argument presented by Egypt, according to which certain acts that the investor said had created illegitimate expectations. Well, Egypt argued that those acts were invalid or null and void or somehow non-existent because they were issued without the necessary authority under local law. Now, according to the tribunal in that case, nonetheless, the investor was fully within its right to rely on those administrative acts because, in the words of the tribunal,
authority and were communicated as such to foreign investors who relied on them in making their investments. El tribunal además, más adelante,
plus, the tribunal further on establishes that as a principle of international law, these ultra vires acts or non-authorized acts
tienen que ser reconocidos como base también para las
also have to
expectativas.
be recognized as the basis of legitimate expectations. Please pause when you're switching between languages.
Pasando nuevo,
See, yes, I'm sorry, Spanglish. Going into English, the tribunal says,
unauthorized or ultra-vires acts could not be ascribed to the state. All state responsibility will be rendered illusory. Eso frente a este caso,
now,
quien en el
in looking at this case, the tribunal concludes that those acts, even though they've been argued as ultra-virus or unauthorized, did create legitimate expectations for the investor and were recognized by the court, by the tribunal, which recognized that there had been expropriation without compensation. In addition, that position was affirmed by another tribunal in another arbitration, which is also in the record as CL74. This is the decision on jurisdiction in the Tartas Parus v. Georgia case, where the tribunal, in addition to citing the SPP case that I just went through, says, in effect, that the acts by the state, even though they may have been a violation of Georgian law, were presented to the investor
with the mantle of governmental authority, and so claimant had every reason to believe that these agreements were in accordance with Georgian law, not only because they were entered into by Georgian state-owned entities, but also because their content was approved by the Georgian government officials without objection as to their legality or on the part of the Georgian for many years thereafter. Claimant therefore had a legitimate expectation that his investment in Georgia was in accordance with the relevant local laws. Y no sigo leyendo
and I'm not going to read further for the sake of time, but those would be the two fundamental issues regarding applicable law, the law applicable to expectations of an investor. Now, in the discussion, you, Mr. Leithley, said that the question could have two particular facets, one in terms of reliance on legitimate expectations and another from the standpoint of attribution. I understand that the attribution wasn't the relevant part in relation to your question, but I do think it's important to highlight. And of course, the claimant disagrees with the extremely limited reading by the respondent in terms of the principle of attribution, which is enshrined, among others, in the draft articles of the ILC on state responsibility at Article 4, and which was ratified time and again by the ICJ and by any number of investment tribunals. And I don't believe that we need to educate the tribunal in this regard. You are the ones who know more about this than we do. And that would be the claimant's response to your question. Mr. Leithley, do you have any questions in this regard? No, thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you for that. Very well, then, we're now going to go. And thank you so much, Ms. Valdenebro, for that. We're now going to move to the 10-minute break, as we had said we would. So, Alonso, if you could please take us to the breakout rooms, and we'll be back in 10 minutes to begin the examination of the next witness. Agreed. Thank you. Now, opening the breakout rooms, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Bueno, podemos continuar. Veo a todos.
We can continue. I see that everyone is on the screen. If I am not mistaken, then let me greet you, Mr. Perez. How are you? Very well, thank you. Good morning. I am the president of this tribunal, together with my co-arbitrators, Professor Cohen and Mr. Leithley, who you should see on the screen. And we are the members of the tribunal in charge of hearing this case between Mr. Michael Anthony Lee Chin and the Dominican Republic. You have been called to appear as witness. You have been proposed as witness by the Dominican Republic, and today you will be asked some questions by attorneys for both parties and potentially by the tribunal. You have a statement, or rather a declaration in front of you in Spanish, and you need to read it, and it has to do with your pledge to just say the truth. May I read it? Declaration of fact witness. I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that I shall speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. There is no unauthorized person present in this room with me, and I cannot communicate with anyone else during my testimony. I further declare that I have not attended, watched a recording, or read the transcripts of this hearing prior to this moment. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I will give the floor to Mrs. Frutos Pedersen, who I see on the screen, to ask you some questions, and we'll move on later to questions by counsel for Mr. Lee Chin. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Socrates Perez. How are you? Very well. Thank God I'm fine. Thank you. You have there with you an envelope that we left with you that should have your witness statement. Would you please open it up to make sure that that is your statement, if you're so kind?
Si la puede revisar, por favor, para
Would you
que
please look at it to confirm that that is your statement in this proceeding and that is your signature?
Sí, correcto.
Correct. That is my signature. Thank you very much, Mr. Socrates. As the president explained, we will give the floor to counsel for claimant to ask you some questions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lorenzo, please. You have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Congressman Perez, good morning, sir.
Buenos días.
Good morning, sir.
Congressman Perez, over the course of this morning, I'm going to be asking you a series of questions concerning your declaration, and we're also going to look at certain documents. Do you understand that, sir?
Sí, claro, entiendo.
Yes, certainly.
If there comes a point during the cross-examination, Congressman, where you do not understand one of my questions, please let me know, and I'll do my level best to clarify it or rephrase it. Is that fair?
Perfecto.
Perfect.
Congressman, were you made aware that your testimony today is being recorded?
Ahora lo sé, me lo están diciendo.
You're telling me now. I know now.
Were you also made aware that this is a public proceeding and your testimony will be made available to the public? Were you aware of that, sir?
Está bien, no hay ningún problema.
No problem.
Thank you. Sir, your declaration is dated the 14th of December, 2020. Do you see that on the first page, the cover page of your declaration?
Sí.
Yes.
Sir, when were you first contacted to begin the effort of preparing your declaration?
Bueno, la fecha no la recuerdo bien, pero
I do not recall the date, but I was contacted by attorney, and the date you see there is December 14th.
I understand the date on the document, sir, but my question is, were you contacted a week before the declaration was signed, 2 weeks before, a month before? Do you recall when was the first time the lawyers for the Dominican Republic contacted you to begin working on your declaration?
No, la fecha exacta no la recuerdo.
No, I do not recall the date, but I would say months before.
And sir, who contacted you? Do you recall which lawyers contacted you?
Fue un abogado, una abogada.
It was a lady attorney.
An internal lawyer of the Dominican Republic, or was it external counsel from Curtis Millay?
Son los abogados que están llevando el juicio.
No, the
Yes.
attorneys who are in charge of the case.
Ms. Frutos Peterson, correct?
Bueno, yo no sé cuáles son los abogados
I do
externos.
not know who external counsel is, but the counsel who is in charge of the case.
And in the preparation of your declaration, sir, you make reference to a number of documents in your declaration. And just by way of example, if you look at page 1 of your declaration, the first footnote, page 1 of your declaration, first footnote, you make reference to a document, APR 166. Do you see that, sir?
Usted no lo tiene, muéstramelo en la pantalla.
You have it. Would you mind showing it on the screen for me?
Sure, no, I'm just talking about your declaration, but we'll project it. Give us a moment.
Ujú.
Excuse me, please. Mr. Lorenzo, just a very friendly note from the court reporter. We have to change channels between English and Spanish. So just to pause so that I don't miss the beginning of your following question.
Yes, ma'am. That's very
Thank you,
helpful.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ok. Ok.
Congressman, can you see footnote 1?
Sí, ¿dónde? Sí, ya sí lo estoy viendo.
Yes, I can see it.
And
Eso
sir,
hace referencia a cuando se creó la unidad ejecutora. Ujú.
That refers to the creation of the implementing unit.
or rather you reference in your declaration a number of documents such as APR 166. Sir, other than the documents that are cited in your declaration, did you review any other documents for the preparation of your declaration?
Sí, claro, muchos documentos.
Yes, several documents. I was given several documents by counsel.
Sí, fueron analizados.
Yes, then I analyzed the documents.
Sir, did you review the declaration of Mr. Adrian Lechin?
No,
I did not.
Did you review the first declaration of Michael Lechin?
no, yo no he visto declaración de Michael
No,
Lechin.
I did not see any declaration by statement by Mr. Lechin.
Review the second or the third declaration of Michael Lechin either, correct?
No, he revisado la
No,
declaración.
I did not review that. No.
Thank you. Sir, if we turn to paragraph 2 of your declaration, you note there that at a particular point in time, you were the director of Gestión Ambiental y Aseo Urbano del ASDN. Do you
Sí,
see that? Do you see
Yes.
that there, sir?
sí, sí.
Yes, certainly.
How long did you serve in that role?
Yo duré en el
I
2009,
was
2019,
there
y luego desde el 2016
for
hasta el
1 year
2020, 5
and then about 5 years, 2009 to 2010, and then 4 other years later on, as of 2015.
Function of la gestión ambiental y aseo urbano del ASDN.
Bueno, en la declaración mía yo lo explico bien.
In my statement, I explain it clearly, but the specific function of this office is to be in charge of cleaning the city, picking up waste and transporting it to final destination.
Functions, picking up solid waste across the ASDN, correct?
Sí, sí, eso fue lo que le dije.
Yes, that's what I told you.
And sir, are you familiar with a company called Con Waste?
Sí, claro.
And
Yes,
who
certainly.
is Con Waste?
Con es una compañía privada.
Con Waste is a private company that picked up waste in the municipality that we hired
And sir, the
ourselves,
agreement with Con Waste
Santo Domingo North.
began, if you recall, in 2015, correct?
Cuando
Mr.
nosotros entramos
Lorenzo,
a la
I'm
alcaldía
sorry.
en el 2016,
I missed the beginning of your question. I have began if you recall.
I'll state the question again.
Ok.
Thank you.
repítala otra vez entonces.
Congressman, is it your understanding that the agreement between ASDN and Con Waste for the collection of waste in the ASDN began in 2015?
Bueno, cuando nosotros entramos, cuando digo nosotros me refiero a la
When
gestión.
we means between the management between 2016 and 2020, Con Waste was already with ASDN in charge of picking up waste. They had already been hired.
In 2018, where the municipality's relationship with Con Waste ended?
Repítame la pregunta, por favor.
Would you repeat the question?
Did there come a point in 2018 when the relationship between the municipality and Con Waste ended?
Sí, sí.
Yes, yes. In 2018, I think that is when the contract was terminated
And why was that
in
contract
3 months.
rescinded, sir?
Bueno, no hubo acuerdo entre la.
There was no agreement between the municipality and Con Waste, and another company was hired. There was an RFP, and as stated under the public law on purchases, and another company was hired that was the one that prevailed, and Con Waste also participated. So the municipality opened up a call for bids, and Con Waste participated, but another company was awarded the contract.
The municipality's relationship with Con Waste was terminated. Was there a dispute regarding the tariff that was being paid per ton?
Por la recolección.
You're talking about picking up waste?
Le pregunto por la recolección. O no, en la
I'm asking you,
recolección.
is it about waste?
Sometieron una carta
They
solicitando
presented a letter requesting an adjustment. There was no agreement, and there was no agreement for the adjustment, and there was an amicable end of the business relationship.
Apologize. Sir, did you identify, when I say you, I mean the municipality, any service concerns with Con Waste before their contract ended?
bueno, único que yo creo que se
I
identificó
think that Con Waste was not complying with the specifications.
Sir, what is, and I'll use the word in Spanish, un vertedero improvisado?
un vertedero improvisado es un lugar donde tú
A
sin ningún
makeshift landfill is
cosa técnica,
a place where, without any technical facilities, you are dumping trash.
That there are vertederos improvisados throughout Greater Santo Domingo, correct?
Bueno, los municipios de momento pueden crear un
Well,
vertedero improvisado.
There could be, yes, a creation of a makeshift vertedero landfill to leave the trash.
Pop up time and again in Greater Santo Domingo. In your experience, do they create a health risk?
No, no, no surgen, no surgen en el Gran Santo Domingo así por así.
No, they do not pop up that easily, because a pop-up landfill becomes such if the waste is dumped there and it is not collected. I apologize. When the truck collects waste, the members, the population drops it at a place and they pick it up. But if it is not picked up, it becomes a pop-up dump. This is not in a residential area, because whenever it is in a residential area, the residential inhabitants have an area to dump their waste. But whenever they do not have that container, the individuals put it on the street and the truck picks it up. Sometimes it takes a while, or they take it, or the truck goes to the landfill and then comes back, and by then the waste accumulates.
During the period that you were the director of Aseo Urbano, in August of 2018, establishing a number of brigades to eliminate vertederos improvisados that have accumulated in the city during that time?
Sí.
Yes.
Sir, do you know a Mr. Francisco Fernandez?
Sí, claro.
Yes, certainly.
Is he a former mayor of Santo Domingo Norte?
Sí, fue.
Yes, he was the mayor between 2010 and 2016 of Santo Domingo Norte.
Did he recently run for mayor of Santo Domingo Norte in 2020?
Él aspiró otra vez en el 2020.
Yes, he ran again in 2020.
And he's a member of the political party of the current sitting president of the Dominican Republic, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And sir, former Mayor Fernandez had the support of the current sitting president of the Dominican Republic while he was running for the mayorship of Santo Domingo Norte in 2020, correct?
So,
No, espera.
hold on. In 2020, yes.
Discúlpeme. Cuando él trató, o sea,
When Francisco Fernandez was the mayor between 2010 and 2016. When he went for re-election in 2016, he was with a party different from the one when he attempted re-election in 2020. In 2020, he was with a different political party.
Was a member of in 2020 was the political party of President Abinader, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
President Abinader supported Mr. Fernandez's effort to regain the mayorship in 2020, correct?
Supongo que sí. Pero
I assume so. They were from the same party.
Sir, in paragraph 5 of your declaration, you make reference to el contrato de concesión signed on the 1st of March, 2007. You see that, sir?
Sí.
Yes.
Sir, have you ever read el contrato de concesión?
No,
No, I did not.
You've never read it.
no, eso no eran parte de mis funciones.
No, that was not part of my job.
Even though you were the director de gestión ambiental y aseo urbano for the ASDN for a period of 5 years, you never saw the need to read the concession contract between La Jun and the ASDN concerning the Duquesa landfill. Is that your testimony here today, sir?
No, porque yo como director de
No,
aseo
because as director of urban cleaning, I was not in charge of that. That was part of the legal affairs section.
If we go to paragraph 11 of your declaration on page 6, you confirm precisely that you've never read the concession contract because it wasn't within your scope of responsibility, correct?
así, eso dije.
That's what I said.
So, sir, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge with respect to what were La Jun's responsibilities under that contract, correct?
Bueno, yo el contrato no lo leí.
I did not read the contract, as I said.
No era que no tenía conocimiento de la
It was not that I didn't have knowledge.
contrato, no lo leí. O sea, para
I did not read it. For the legal terms, I was not in, I didn't work with that.
Responsibilities were under the concession contract?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lorenzo. It overlapped with interpretation. The beginning.
No,
of
no,
the
que no
question.
le dije que no leí el contrato.
I told you I did not read the contract.
So that, sir, my question was, do you know what the ASDN's responsibilities and obligations were under the concession contract? Yes or no?
No,
No,
Do you know if the concession contract between ASDN and La Jun provided La Jun certain exclusive rights? Yes or no?
no,
no,
Do you know, sir, the obligations and responsibilities of ASN with respect to the tipping fee that was set forth in the concession contract? Yes or no?
no,
Do you know, sir,
No.
how that tipping fee was to be adjusted pursuant to that concession contract? Yes or no?
no,
no,
Do you know whether or not the concession contract makes any reference to the generation of electricity?
no,
no,
When you took over the directorship of la Dirección de Gestión Ambiental y Aseo Urbano in 2009, did you have any reason to believe that the concession contract violated Dominican law?
no, no, porque no tenía conocimiento del
no, because I didn't have any knowledge of the contract. I had never read it. I needed just to sit down and read it to see if there was something that was detrimental to the Republic.
And you never thought, sir, that reviewing the contract between the ASDN and La Jun concerning the Duquesa landfill, you never thought that understanding its terms and conditions was relevant for you to perform your functions as the director de Gestión Ambiental y Aseo Urbano. Is that correct?
No, no, mero lo que pasa es
No,
en la dirección hay
at the directorate, there are lawyers who are in charge of doing that job. So the Directorate of Legal Affairs has lawyers who are in charge of doing that job.
Thank you, sir. Sir, do you know
¿Sabe?
if the concession contract was ever amended?
Sí, eso sí lo sé.
Yes,
porque-
I do know that because that was something that was notorious in the press.
Let's turn now to C2. Which is an addendum of the concession contract. And if we turn to pay the second to last page of that document, it's dated April 27th, 2009. Do you see that, sir?
Sí,
Yes,
And it's signed by el síndico de municipio de Santo Domingo Norte. Do you see that?
sí,
yes,
And this is an addendum, of course, to the concession contract. And it's notarized. You see that, sir?
sí.
yes,
And is it your understanding, sir, that when a Dominican notary notarizes, he's confirming the signatures of those that signed the document, correct?
Así es.
that is correct.
Sir, if you look, there's another stamp on this document. And that stamp is from La Procuraduría General de la República. You see that, sir?
Sí,
Yes,
And by way of this stamp, the Attorney General's Office of the Dominican Republic confirms that the individual that signed this document had the authority to sign it, correct?
sí.
yes.
Sir, do you recall ever reviewing this document?
No, yo ese documento no lo había
No,
visto.
I never saw that document. I do know that an addendum was entered because that was known by the press, but I never saw the document.
Were you aware that this contract, this amendment to the concession contract also makes reference to the production of energy at Duquesa?
No, no.
No,
And sir, did you ever come to understand in your role within the ASDN that if Duquesa, Lajun, was able to generate energy, that certain of the income that Lajun would earn would be shared with the ASDN? Did you know that, sir?
Espere, ¿me puedes repetir, por favor?
would you please repeat the question?
Did you ever come to understand in your role within the ASDN that if Duquesa, Lajun, was able to generate energy, that certain of the income that Lajun would earn would be shared with the ASDN? Did you know that, sir?
No, no sabía.
No, I did not know.
Sir, we just saw one of the addendums to the concession contract that you reference in your witness statement. And I'd now like to turn to a subsequent amendment to the same concession contract.
I'm sorry, Richard, I'm going to interrupt you here because he doesn't talk about that addendum in his witness statement, but just for the record, that's not the one that
Yo
he
no hablo de eso en
mentions.
mi declaración, no.
Mr. Chairman, he talks about a number of things concerning the parties' agreement. The fact that he doesn't cite a document doesn't mean that I can't use it. In fact, my learned colleague, Ms. Frutos Peterson, when she cross-examined Mr. Leachin, the vast majority of the documents.
Richard, I'm sorry, Richard, my observation was that you are saying for the record that that's something that he discussed in with the statement that he cited, and he did not cite it, that first amendment between Lajun and the Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte in 2009. That's what I'm saying, Richard.
I apologize. I apologize. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Frutos Peterson.
Gracias, doctora Frutos. En efecto, la doctora
Thank you,
Frutos.
Mrs. Frutos. She's right in that specific clarification as to the general issue.
Hasta ahora circulando el interrogatorio tiene que ver con los.
The questions asked so far have to do with specific assertions in the statement by witness. So please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, Ms. Frutos Peterson, thank you, and I apologize for misunderstanding. I'd like to now turn to C3, which is an additional addendum to the concession contract. And if we turn to the final page of C3, you'll see, sir, that this is dated the 6th of June, 2011, again signed by el Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte and Lajun. And again, those signatures are notarized. Do you see that, sir?
Sí, estoy viendo.
Yes, I see it.
Y yo recuerdo ese addendum,
And I
ese yo lo-
remember that addendum. That one I do recall.
Your recollection of this addendum.
I'm sorry, Mr.
No, que fue muy
Lorenzo, the
notorio en la
beginning of the
prensa.
question is missing.
Ese fue muy notorio en la prensa.
It was very
Y Francisco Fernández, que era síndico, cuando eso se peleó con
notable
la-
in the press. And Francisco Fernandez saw that with Lajun, and then they performed an addendum. And let me say this.
Pero creo que debo de decir.
I think I have to state the following. There was an addendum, as you showed me, in 2009. I had no knowledge of that one, but this one I did know about. And here we have another addendum.
Y se hizo un addendum.
And we had an addendum in spite of the fact that the first addendum was not complied with.
Okay, thank you. And this addendum is from the 6th of June, 2011. And it speaks to the issue of the tipping fee at provision 3.3. Do you see that, sir?
Ajá.
And it modifies
Yes.
the ajuste anual de la contraprestación. Do you see that, sir?
Dice que será revisado por lo menos 12
It says it will be reviewed at least twice.
Sir, were you ever made aware that the tipping fee needed to be adjusted twice yearly pursuant to this provision?
No, dice revisarse, no ajustarse. Tenía que revisarse.
It says reviewed, not adjusted. That's what I'm seeing.
And sir, is this the amendment that you said resolved the initial dispute with Lajun?
¿Cómo así? No entiendo.
What do you mean?
Sir, you testified earlier that you didn't recognize the first addendum, but this addendum you did recognize because it was common knowledge in the Dominican Republic. Do you recall that?
Sí.
Yes.
So my question is, was the dispute that Duquesa Lajun was having with the municipality in 2011, did that dispute concern the tipping fee?
No, no sé.
No, I don't know.
You don't know. Thank you. And if we go to page 6 of the addenda, again, this addenda makes reference to benefits that Lajun agrees to share for the generation of energy through solid waste. Do you see that, sir?
Sí.
Yes.
I'd like to now go to C6. This is yet another addendum to the concession contract dated 3rd of March, 2014. 3rd of March, 2014. Do you see that?
Mhm.
Is that a
See?
yes? Do you see that date, sir?
Sí, lo estoy viendo.
Yes, I
Thank
see
you.
it.
Sir, do you recall this addendum?
Ah, sí.
Yes.
So then, sir, you recall on page 2 of the addendum, and we'll call out 2 paragraphs, certain of the affirmations that were made in this document. And I'll start with the first, atendido.
Déjeme decirle algo.
Let me tell you something. When it says, do I recall, I am seeing them here now. I hadn't seen the document before. I'm seeing it here. And you're asking me if I see it. I say yes, but I can't recall because I did not take part in the drafting of this addendum. And let me say something else. The major himself, the major who drafted this addendum, did the prior one. In the same period, he did 2 addenda. I am seeing it right here.
Well, this addendum is dated March 2014. The addendum that we just saw, C3, is June 2011. So this is another addendum several years after.
Sí, pero el mismo alcalde era que estaba. El
Yes,
alcalde
but
tuvo-
the major was the same person. He was a major from 2010 to 2016, the one who drafted this addendum.
And if we go to page 2 of C6, a number of representations are made here. And I'll take the liberty of reading it in Spanish. A que dentro de las
Considering that within the powers and obligations of ASCN vis-a-vis the municipality of Greater Santo Domingo, one of them is the management of the Duquesa sanitary landfill, which at present, the modern and effective management of a modern landfill requires high economic investments. This is an expectation which ASCN cannot comply with because of the precarious economical situation of the municipal authorities and the low fees received by the other municipalities that dump solid waste in that landfill.
Sir, do you agree with this statement?
Bueno, pero eso fue un
Well, yeah, but
adendum, como usted dice.
this was an addendum that was signed. I assume that those who signed it had to be in agreement at that time.
That the tipping fees were too low.
Señor presidente,
En ese
estoy
entonces,
tratando que lo deje.
Mr.
Estoy tratando
President, I'm trying to avoid intervening, but Mr. Socrates does not discuss this in his statement. He just said that he is seeing this right now. He's not a lawyer, and I don't understand this line of questioning, and I would like a clarification. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Frutos. Mr. Lorenzo, I understand that you have a certain strategy, and as I said before, we respect the strategies of counsel in these cross-examination exercises. I am aware of the witness's statement, and he speaks about obligations, the concession agreement, etc. But why don't you try to ask technical questions having to do more with his area of competence. Uh, you should ask questions, yes or no, do you know about this, or are you aware of this or not? But regarding whether he agrees with the fee, I think Mrs. Frutos is right. This is something that is not within his purview. So I would really like that you should focus the questions to the witness's statement and what is within his purview. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll endeavor to do that. So, sir, with respect to this addendum, the first time you're reading it is today. Is that right?
Sí, claro.
Yes, of course.
Never took it in consideration for the preparation of your report, of your declaration.
Que lo estoy viendo ahora.
So that's a
Yo
I'm
le
no.
dije
seeing
como
it
le-
right now. As I said before, I had knowledge of the addenda through the press. I had that knowledge, but now I read it. I can see it right now.
Sir, in your role as dirección, or rather, director ejecutivo de la Dirección de Gestión Ambiental y Aseo Urbano, did you have an opportunity to review the contracts between La JUN and the municipalities?
No, no, yo no leí esos contratos.
No, I didn't read those contracts.
No, es que yo no le, como le dije al principio, yo
As
no
I said
leí.
before, I didn't read the contracts because when we had to read a contract between La Juna and the municipalities, the lawyers did so. The lawyers were the ones who intervened in these agreements and contracts because that was a matter of law. I'm not a lawyer.
Nacional, dumping garbage at Duquesa?
Sí, el Distrito Nacional vendía en Duquesa.
Yes, the
Gobierno.
Distrito Nacional dumped waste in Duquesa and still does.
Between El Distrito Nacional and Duquesa.
Mr. Lorenzo, this is the court
No, es
reporter
que eso-
again. I'm very sorry. Your questions, the beginnings are being cut off because we just can't change the channel fast enough.
I'll try to take a pause.
I'm so sorry, sir.
That's
Thank
okay.
you.
Cuando,
Okay.
cuando cambia de idioma, sobre todo, por favor.
When you switch channels, try to take into account that a pause should be made in order to provide an opportunity for the court reporters to follow the line of questioning.
Sir, returning now, do you know, or were you ever told what the terms and conditions were of the contract between La JUN y el Distrito Nacional concerning the tipping fee?
No, no.
No,
Pues no yo no sabía que.
I didn't know that La Jun had a contract with the Distrito Nacional.
Sir, when that contract terminated pursuant to its terms?
Señor
No.
presidente, le acaba de decir el testigo que no conoce
Mr.
de
President, the witness just said that he does not know about this agreement, and Mr. Lorenzo insists on his questioning. So if you may, if the question is answered by the witness, please take that answer into account.
I'm asking if he knows. Obviously, he already said he didn't read the contract or doesn't know of it, doesn't know the contract per se. But I'm asking if he was ever advised with respect to when that agreement terminated. I assume in his role responsible for picking up all the garbage in Greater Santo Domingo, that perhaps this is something that he would have known.
Pero en este caso, está preguntando si le pregunta por el mismo contrato.
But in this case, if you're asking for the same contract, the witness had already said that he had no knowledge of the existence of that contract. It's very hard for him to know when it was signed and when it was terminated. That's what he's saying.
Sir, I'll move on.
Muchas gracias.
Congressman, did you ever have an opportunity to review the contract between La Jun and the Junta Municipal de Pantoja?
No,
No,
Congressman, did you ever have the opportunity to review the contract between el Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Este and La Jun regarding the dumping of solid waste in Duquesa?
no,
no,
Sir, did you ever have an opportunity to review the contract between Santo Domingo Este and La Jun regarding the dumping of solid waste in Duquesa?
no,
Sir, do you know if any of those municipal contracts were renewed in 2016 or extended in 2016?
no, no, no es posible porque yo no
no.
lo leí.
I didn't read it, those contracts. I have no knowledge of that.
Sir, in paragraph, just above paragraph 27 of your declaration, you describe the crisis of 2017. Do you see that?
Sí,
Yes,
Do you know, sir, if this crisis was triggered by a dispute between La Jun and the municipalities concerning the tipping fee?
bueno, yo sé de la crisis, lo que sé
Well,
que la Jun
about that crisis, what I know is that La Jun reduced the tipping schedules, and that produced a grave, serious problem in Santo Domingo. The trash was accumulating. There was a lot of environmental problems, very unhealthy situation. And as I say in my statement, it was a very stressful period for me and all the health managers in Santo Domingo.
My question was, if the crisis that you described on page 12 of your witness statement was triggered by a dispute between La Jun and the municipalities concerning the tipping fee.
lo que pasa es que yo como
So what
director de
happens is I, as a sanitation management council, I was not involved in the legal and tariff matters. My function was to keep the city clean, and the crisis produced problems, and that's what I would like to discuss.
The crisis in 2017, correct?
había, bueno, la Jun tenía lo que
Well,
yo
La
entiendo,
Jun had, as I understand, La Jun did not agree with the municipalities, and that produced a reduction of dumping schedules. And can you imagine? Duquesa Landfill receives 40% of the solid waste produced in the country, and there was a reduction of 4 hours in that dumping schedule, and that produced a problem that it took months to resolve. And the municipality of Santo Domingo Norte was the one most affected, because many trucks that were going to the dump, they would leave the trash elsewhere, and they wouldn't put it in at the dump.
Sir, who is, and you reference him in your declaration, Jose Santos Hernandez Saldívar?
José Santo Hernández. Era la persona que
Jose Santos Hernandez was the person who was a link between the Environmental Management and Urban Sanitation Directorate and the landfill. He was an employee.
Perdón.
Was he an employee of ASDN?
Sí,
Yes.
Sir, is Mr. Jose Santos Hernandez today, jumping to Spanish, jefe de operaciones de Duquesa?
Chief of Operations of Duquesa.
qué bien la pregunta.
Is
I-
Mr. Jose Santos Hernandez Saldívar currently the jefe de operaciones de Duquesa?
No, no. Él no trabaja en el vertedero.
No, he doesn't work in that landfill. He hasn't been the chief of operation of Duquesa.
C-186. Sir, if we go to page, well, before I get there, are you familiar with this document?
El que está en la pantalla.
The one that's projected on screen?
Una
Seen
foto,
it
que me está, una foto que me está mostrando ahí, sí. Sí.
Yes,
Sir,
I
my
see the
question.
photograph there.
This informe de operación del vertedero Duquesa.
Tal vez le puedes enseñar, por favor, la cubierta completa, por favor, para que la vean.
Maybe you can show him the entire cover of the document.
You've never
Repítame,
seen
por
it?
favor.
Have you ever seen this document before, sir?
Lo estoy viendo ahora.
I'm seeing it now.
And if we go to that document, Bates number R002582. Do you see it there, sir?
Sí,
Yes,
You'll see that it makes reference to the period of 2018 and 2019. Do you see that, sir?
sí.
yes.
And at least in this report, it describes Mr. Jose Santos Hernandez Saldívar as the jefe de operaciones de Duquesa. Do you see that?
Es lo que dice ahí, pero eso no es así.
That's what it says there, but it's not the case.
If we continue to go through that document, there's another reference in chapter 6 to the personnel assigned for the operation of the site. Do you see that?
Sí.
Yes,
And again, it makes reference to Jose Santos Hernandez Saldívar. Do you see that, sir?
Ajá.
And again, it describes him
yes.
as the jefe de operaciones de Duquesa.
¿De qué fecha es ese expediente? Ese
What's
documento?
the date of that document?
We saw in the earlier paragraph, sir, that it's making reference to the period of 2018.
Ok, permítame decirle algo entonces.
Allow me to tell you something.
Yo creo que usted tiene
Look here.
tener conocimiento
I think you should know,
que a raíz de la crisis
or you must know, that due to the crisis in the Duquesa landfill produced by La Jun Corporation, I don't know why, but there was a crisis in the greater Santo Domingo area. So a precautionary measure was approved by the Superior Court of the country, where the management of the Duquesa landfill was transferred to a tripartite committee composed by the Ministry of the Environment, the Health Ministry, and the ASCN. That precautionary measure gave management to those three institutions, and that those three institutions nominated three directors of the landfill, and none of those persons are mentioned there. It was Ingeniero Francisco Forichan for the Ministry of Environment, Mr. Quesada on behalf of the Public Health Ministry, and Socrates Perez on behalf of ASDN. The two signatures registered were the ones of Francisco Forichan and Socrates Perez. Any document without those two signatures was invalid because they two were the only persons authorized to sign. And furthermore, when we took possession of the landfill due to that precautionary measure, the first thing we said was, if we need any statement, the committee will be in charge of producing that statement so that no one else can speak on behalf of the entity without our knowledge.
Thank you, Congressman. So the references in this document prepared by the BID to Mr. Jose Santos Hernandez Saldívar as the Jefe de Operaciones de Duquesa, you're saying those representations are false. Correct?
No, yo no estoy diciendo que son falsas. Lo que
I'm
estoy
not saying
diciendo
they're false. What I'm saying is that if he did so, he was using powers that were not allotted to him.
Okay. Since we're talking about Mr. Hernandez, let's go to C52. And you refer to Mr. Hernandez in paragraph 10 of your witness statement. Are you there, sir?
lo que dice ahí.
What it
Bueno, ahí
says there on screen, the function is different. It says here that he's director of Duquesa.
Ese expediente del 2000.
That file is of 2013, I believe.
This is this is a document identified as C52 in the arbitral record. Have you ever seen this document before, sir?
Me lo mostraron, pero ese documento
It
tiene
was
fecha
shown
del
to me, but this document is dated 2013, when I was not a director of urban sanitation. What I see here is that Mr. Santos Hernandez has a different position here. It says he's the director.
Did you cite this document in your witness statement?
Dije que ese documento del
I
2013.
said that this document of 2013 was before my assuming my position, that document that is being shown there.
Declaration on page 5.
Agradezco que también le muestren el párrafo de donde viene el footnote, por
Please
favor.
show him the paragraph where the footnote is, please.
Es el párrafo 9.
It's paragraph 9.
Do you see that, sir, in your witness statement?
Sí. Pero le dije
Yes,
que
but I said that in 2013, because I was shown three documents, very similar documents. The one from 2013, at that point, I was not the chief of urban sanitation. In 2016, I was in that position, and Saldívar was someone who was under my direction.
52, which is one of the 3 certifications that the Dominican Republic's lawyers provided you, in which you cite in your witness statement. And this is a document that's titled Verificación de Cumplimiento de Obligaciones. Do you see that, sir?
Sí, veo lo que dice ahí.
Yes, I see what it says there.
And the reference of this certification of compliance is the concession contract between La Jun and the ASDN. Do you see that, sir?
Ujú.
See?
That,
Yes,
and it's dated the 1st of July, 2013. Correct?
Sí, eso del 2013 no. Sí, le especifiqué
Yes.
que ese del 2013.
I told you that this verification certificate of 2013, I was not the director at that point.
January to the 28th of June, 2013, correct? Correct?
Ah, sí, dice ahí.
That's
Thank
what
you.
it says.
And the evaluator for the ASDN is Jose Santos Hernandez Saldivar, correct?
Dice ahí, sí.
That's
Thank
what
you.
it says there.
And then it goes on to talk about Article 7 of the concession contract. Do you see that, sir?
Sí.
Yes,
And then it tracks the articles of the agreement and references the status of compliance. Do you see that?
Ajá.
Is that a yes?
yes,
Pues espero una pregunta. Sí, sí, lo estoy viendo.
yes, I
Dije que
see
sí
it.
lo vi.
I said, yes, I saw it.
And some of the obligations that are reviewed by Mr. Santos Hernandez in 2013 include Article 1.3 concerning a perimeter
1.3 o
fence.
3.1.
I'm sorry, 3.1 concerning a peripheral fence. Do you see that?
Sí, estoy viendo.
Yes, I see it.
And it provides,
Yo puedo decirle algo ahí.
Can I tell you something there?
so there's no, I just want to establish that you saw the document. Do you see it?
Sí, pero el que yo vea el documento no
Yes.
significa que yo esté de acuerdo con el documento.
But the fact that I'm seeing the document doesn't mean that I'm in agreement with the document.
We'll ask you why you're not in agreement with the document on redirect. And with respect to the status of compliance, it references the status of compliance at that time, and it says en ejecución.
Okay, in execution.
Sí, estoy viendo.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm seeing it.
Pero hay una cosa.
But there's one thing, Senor, Mr. Attorney, regarding your question, because there are some things that are evident, The perimeter fence is something you can touch and see. So how can I say that something is in execution by just looking at it? Well, that's false. You have to review. When I first came here, I read a document in which I committed to tell the truth, all the truth and only the truth, but I'm seeing a document. I can't say that a document that I'm looking at that is false. Well, I can't say it's true. It was never under construction, so as to be able to say it's in execution. You have to look at it. The first thing is that the position of an evaluator doesn't exist in Santo Domingo. If they put someone with that position to sign something, and I think that's not correct. I don't think that's right.
Did you visit Duquesa during the period of 1 January 2013 and 28 June 2013?
No.
So
No.
if you didn't visit, Duquesa during that period, how can you possibly say here today that this document is false?
Muy fácil.
Very
porque,
easy, because from what I just said, the fence could not have disappeared. When I visited Duquesa 2 years later, it should have been there if it had been done. It would have had to have been there, and it wasn't.
Sir, if we go to page 5 of the verification of compliance of obligations, there are other verifications. Do you see that, sir?
Sí.
Yes,
And the obligation listed here is, jumping to Spanish, calidad y esmero
quality
y eficiencia
and
del servicio contratado.
luster and efficiency in provision of the service contracted. Did you see that?
And the status
Yes, I do see it.
is identified as satisfactory, correct?
Sí lo veo.
Yes, I see that.
And if we turn to the last page of this document, it addresses the issue, the obligation of hygiene and the organization of the final disposition at the site. Do you see that, sir?
Sí lo veo.
Yes,
And
I see
again,
it.
status of compliance in this document executed by Jose Santos Hernandez as director of Duquesa on behalf of the ayuntamiento is bueno, good, correct?
Bueno, según, como lo voy a tomar la misma palabra que usted
Right.
dijo.
Well,
En el documento.
I'm going to
En ese documento.
repeat your words in the document, in this document.
Let's go to the next certification because there isn't just one. A document that's been identified as C-47. And you also reference this certification in your declaration, sir. And this one is from October of 2016. Do you see that?
Correcto, sí.
Correct, yes.
And again, the evaluator is Mr. Jose Santos Hernandez Saldívar. Do you see that?
Mira, recuerdo, sí, yo recuerdo bien ese documento.
Yes, I do recall this document. And for me, it was a question of admiration when I saw the document, because when the lawyer showed it to me, because the first time I saw this document is when the lawyers showed it to me. When I was director of urban sanitation, I was not familiar with it. It was signed by a subordinate of mine without my consent.
So the problem that you have with this document is that it was signed by a subordinate without your knowledge
No,
or
no
consent.
no porque un que fue firmado por una persona.
It was signed by a person who did not have the qualifications to do so. That it was not within that person's duties.
Thank you, sir.
Si le damos seguimiento, al principio yo le dije que el
We follow up on the principle. I told you that the concession contract, well, I didn't read it. That was not within my duties. And if there was going to be an evaluation of the landfill of the Lajun Corporation, then a lawyer should have gone with the contract in order to review it. But to have someone go and evaluate it without the contract, doesn't know what the contract says, so they're not able to say what's going well and what's not.
But in this document, which you acknowledge was signed by a representative of the ASDN, on page,
Objeción, él no dijo que.
No, yo no dije eso.
Objection, he didn't say, no, I didn't say that. Mr. President, he didn't say that, I'm sorry.
are you saying that this document is fraudulent?
No, no estoy diciendo eso.
No, I'm not saying that. I said that it was signed by a person who whose functions did not include evaluating the Lajun Corporation. That's what I said.
Sir, that this document on the last page is signed by a representative of the ASDN, correct?
Tiene la firma de alguien que trabajaba en el ayuntamiento.
It has the signature of somebody who worked at the ayuntamiento.
Sir, do you know if there was a contractual obligation for the ayuntamiento to certify compliance of Lajun's obligations under the agreement?
No, lo que decía el contrato, pero yo no lo leía.
No, I don't know what the contract says. I didn't read it.
Well, let's go to the third certification. There wasn't one, there wasn't two. There are three that you comment upon in your witness statement.
Sí.
One.
Menciono
Yes.
tres que me presentaron. Sí.
Yes, I mentioned the three that were presented to me.
And this is another one from November of 2016. You see that, sir?
Sí.
Yes, I do.
And again, the evaluator is Mr. Jose Santos Hernandez Aldivar. Do you see that?
Sí lo veo.
Yes, I do see it.
And if we go again to the second page regarding Article 3.1, it describes the perimeter fence and has certain comments concerning that. Do you see that, sir?
Sí, aparecen algunos comentarios ahí.
Yes, some comments appear there, and I don't know.
No tiene nada que ver con la verdad.
They don't have anything to do with the truth.
And if we go to the second to last page,
Eso es 3.1. ¿Le puedo hacer un comentario?
That's 3.1. Could I make a comment?
your counsel will have an opportunity to bring you back to this document so you can comment on it. I'd like to turn to second to last page.
El día de ayer nosotros fuimos muy pacientes.
Yesterday, we were very patient with the comments as well that the witnesses wanted to make, and I think the witness does want to make a comment, Mr. President. I think he needs to be allowed to make his comment. What the President believes is that you do have to allow the cross-examination to go forward. Now, in the context of a question, one can answer, but we already told Mr. Chin, for example, that this was not the appropriate time to make a statement or any such declaration, and you will have the opportunity, Ms. Frutos Peterson, to ask the questions you want to, and you can take him back to that. And this is in terms of abiding by the rules we've established. Mr. Lorenzo should be the one to conduct his cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congressman, if we turn to the second to last page of this third verification of compliance, it addresses again the issue of service. And it notes in the status of compliance that they're complying. Do you see that, sir?
Sí lo veo.
Yes, I do.
If we turn to the final page where it talks about hygiene and the organization at the site for final disposition, it describes it as satisfactory. Do you see that, sir?
Lo veo.
I do.
And again, this was signed by a representative of the ASDN, correct?
Lo veo.
I do see that.
Thank you. Sir, I'd like to now go to R195. And this is a document, Congressman, that was produced by the Dominican Republic and filed in this arbitration by the Dominican Republic. Do you recall seeing this document?
¿No?
No.
Interestingly, sir.
Pero yo hablo de
Okay.
yo hablo de ese documento en mi declaración.
Do I make mention of this document in my statement?
And we'll get
Yo
there.
no lo menciono entonces. Okay.
If we go towards the tail end of this document, it's page 12 of the PDF, and I regret they're not Bates numbered, so it's difficult to track. There is a letter from.
¿Qué fecha tiene la carta?
Sir,
What
I'm
is the
going to get.
date of the letter?
There's a letter from el Ayuntamiento Santo Domingo Norte, dated the 13th of April, 2015. You see that?
Del 2015. Sí, ya la vi. Sí.
2015, yes, I see it.
It's addressed to Lahun. Do you see that? Do you see that, sir?
Mm,
Is that a
Sí.
yes? Thank you. And
Yes,
sí la vi.
it's sent by none other than el consultor jurídico de ASDN. Do you see that, sir?
Sí.
yes,
Sir, is it fair to say that the consultor jurídico of ASDN had read the concession contract?
Pues claro que sí, el consultor jurídico tiene que leerlo porque él es el
of
que tiene
course. The legal counsel has to read it. He's the one who has to sign it as the legal counsel for the ayuntamiento.
El consultor jurídico also understood the terms of the contract, correct?
Correcto.
Correct.
And if you look at the reference, asunto, of this letter, it says,
Sí.
jumping to Spanish,
Designación de técnico para levantamiento.
Español, designation of technical personnel for studying execution of compliance of the Duquesa contract.
and then if you see the
Sí.
first,
Yes,
thank you. And Congressman, you're doing a great job, and I thank you for your patience with me. But we have translators and court reporters, so when we talk over each other, it makes their job harder. I know it's a hard process, so I would just ask that you let me finish my question, then you can respond, and I'll try to do the same. I know I've been cutting you off as well, sir, and I apologize for that. Is that fair?
No hay
I'll take
problema.
that.
no problem.
I'll take that as a yes. And sir, if you look at the final part of this letter, again, from el Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte, it talks about con el objetivo
Okay.
de
With
comprobar
the objective of verifying compliance
You see that?
with what was agreed upon.
Sí.
Yes,
And of course, it's signed by el consultor jurídico of the ASDN, correct?
Correcto.
correct.
And the next page of this letter is none other than another verificación de cumplimiento de obligaciones. Do you see that, sir?
Ujú.
Is that a yes?
Sí.
Yes,
And if you compare it to C-48, it's the exact same form, correct?
Sí. Te quiero decir algo.
yes. I want to say something then.
Si tú te fijas, la carta
If you notice
para enviar a los evaluadores
the letter to
Guillermo
send
Hilario Peña y
to the evaluators
el de planeamiento urbano fue una carta que hizo el director de planeamiento
was done by the
asignándosela, mandándosela a los
director of urban planning,
ellos como evaluadores.
sending it to Lajuna and assigning them as the evaluators. Perhaps we'd have to look for that same letter where the ayuntamiento
La Jun Corporation
gave Lajun Corporation,
dándole al señor Saldívar como evaluador.
well, introducing Mr. Saldivar as the evaluator.
Now, going back to these forms, looking at them, sir, they appear identical, correct?
Se parecen un poco, sí.
They do resemble one another a bit, yes.
The verification of compliance that's attached to R-195, was this verification provided to you for review by the lawyers of the Dominican Republic?
¿Cuál de ellas?
Which of them?
¿Cuál de las dos?
Which of the two?
That's a fair question. This one, the one that's dated May 15th, 2015.
No, pues yo no la había visto.
No, I had not seen it.
And here, it's evaluating the concession contract. And this time, the evaluator is a Ingeniero Hilario Peña Fabre. Do you see that, sir?
Sí lo vi porque la carta
Yes, I saw that because the letter by the legal counsel for the ayuntamiento was about introducing to la Junta that person as evaluator.
Presented by the consultor jurídico to la Junta, then proceeds to review the contractual compliance. Do you see that, sir?
Sí, estoy viéndolo.
Yes, I'm
And if
seeing
you
that.
go to 3.1, just for consistency purposes, they assess the perimeter fence and their comments regarding
Sí,
the status of compliance
Yes,
and other observations. Do you see that?
sí.
yes.
And then if we go to the quality of the service being provided pursuant to the contract, the observation made by el ingeniero Hilario Peña Fabre is that we're complying. Correct? Correct?
Estoy viendo el documento, sí.
I'm looking at the document. Yes.
Cumplimiento, correct?
Es lo que dice.
Thank you.
So compliance. Yes, that's what it says.
Document attached, or that follows, a letter dated 13 April 2015 by el consultor jurídico of the Dominican Republic, or rather of ASDN, to la Junta. Correct?
Sí,
You
Yes,
would agree with me, sir, at least as of the 13th of April of 2015, pursuant to the legal director of ASDN, La Junta was complying with its obligations under the contract, correct?
no coincido con usted en eso.
no, I
La
don't
carta-
agree with you on that. The letter
Yo sí
says what it says.
que
And what I see is that
Hilario Peña,
for Hilario Peña,
Bolívar Cepeda,
Dr. Simón Bolívar Cepeda Mena, for them to be able to be evaluators,
consultor jurídico tuvo que entregarle una comunicación
the
para que
council
llegaran
had to give
a la Junta, que
them
pudieran
a
esas funciones.
communication for them to be able to do that vis-a-vis La Junta.
Thank you. I'd like to show you some other certifications that perhaps the lawyers for the Dominican Republic didn't share with you. I'd like to go to C30, please. Sir, this is a certification of compliance dated 10 November 2010.
Sí, yo estoy viendo la comunicación, pero yo no puedo.
Yes, I'm seeing that communication, but it's the first time I'm seeing the communication, and I wasn't in the ayuntamiento. I wasn't director at that time.
Well, sir, the lawyers for the Dominican Republic showed you certifications for you to comment on that were not issued when you were at the ASDN.
Pero esa
So-
no la vi. Esa no la vi. Esa que usted me está mostrando ahora no me la
But that
mostraron.
one, they did not show me. That one, I didn't see it.
Were you aware, sir, that this certification issued by the mayor of Santo Domingo Norte confirmed, among other things, that the concession contract was adjudicated in conformity with the law, and in fact make specific reference to law 340-06. Do you see that, sir?
Sí, estoy viéndolo. Lo estoy
¿Eh?
viendo.
Yes, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. I see it.
And sir, were you aware
¿Y usted tenía conocimiento que por medio de esta certificación de cumplimiento emitida por el
Excuse me, this
alcalde
is
de
the court
Santo Domingo
reporter
Norte,
channel, interpretation channel, please.
he was in English. This is, I was interpreting into Spanish. This is the interpreter.
Apologize. Sir, were you aware that in this November 10, 2010 certification of compliance issued by the mayor of Santo Domingo Norte, Santo Domingo Norte recognizes that La Jun has complied with all of its obligations concerning the environment? Were you aware of that?
Estoy viendo el documento ahora.
I am seeing the document now. I'm seeing the document now, even though I take issue with what the document says. Gracias. ¿Qué es la sala capitular?
I'm sorry, Mr. Interpreter, I'm hearing Spanish translation on the English.
The thing is, this is the interpreter on the English channel. The lawyer is using very short Spanish phrases in English. I didn't hear the question well.
Sala capitular del Ayuntamiento de Santo
The
Domingo.
sala capitular del ayuntamiento.
Los regidores.
It is the local council members.
All the municipalities in Santo Domingo?
No, no. Esos son los
No,
regidores, son del
No, they are the council members of the local government of Santo Domingo Norte. Each mayor's office or each municipality has its own council
And
members.
how many regidores are en el Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte?
En la actualidad son. En la
At this time, they are 17.
And do you know how many there were in 2010?
No, creo que en el 2010.
I think that in 2010,
No, no recuerdo bien.
there were,
La cantidad de cuánto había. Yo sé
I
que
don't remember how many there were at that time. I know that now, well, it has increased and now
17 ahora.
they're 17.
15 u 11.
I think it was 15 or 11 before.
Were you aware that in this certification, Santo Domingo Norte, through its mayor, confirmed that the generation of electricity project had been approved by the Sala Capitular del Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo?
Lo estoy viendo ahora sí en la
I'm-
carta que usted me está mostrando.
Seeing that now in the letter that you're showing me.
And when you joined the ASDN in 2009, and then again in 2016, were you aware, sir, that la Sala Capitular de Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo had approved the power generation project for Duquesa?
Es que cualquier.
The thing is, any contract entered into by the ayuntamiento with any independent person must be signed by the council members, otherwise it's not valid. That's what law 136 of, well, a law of a given number indicates.
Did you review the approval of la Sala Capitular del Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo with respect to the generation project in Duquesa? Did you review that document, sir?
No.
No, no.
Do you know, sir, I assume not, because you haven't reviewed it, whether or not all of the regidores signed that approval?
No, no sé.
No, I don't know.
And sir, in this certification issued in April of 2010, the Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo, through its mayor, certifies that La Jun is complying with all of its obligations under the concession contract. Do you see that, sir?
Lo estoy viendo, sí.
I'm seeing it, yes.
Staying on the certification track, I'd like to show you C51, sir. Here's another certification from el Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte. And sir, was this certification provided to you by counsel for the Dominican Republic as part of your preparation of your witness statement?
No, esa que usted me está mostrando yo no la había visto. ¿No?
No, I had not seen the one that you're showing me. My apologies, Richard, but if you could please project the complete document or the complete page so that he knows what we're talking about, because if you just show that part, it's difficult to identify the document.
Congressman, there's the first page of the document, so you can see it. And then I'll ask the question again to make sure that we're on the same page, pardon the pun.
Me está saliendo en inglés, no me está saliendo la traducción.
Is the translation working now, sir?
No, no, lo escuché fue en inglés solamente.
Before, what I heard was just in English.
The translation is working. Is it working now? Are you hearing
Ahí
the translation?
estoy escuchando español.
Great.
Now I am hearing Spanish, correct.
First page of this certification identified as C51. And we'll now turn to the second page. And sir, just so we're all clear, is this the first time you're seeing this certification?
Esa certificación sí es la primera vez que la
Yes,
veo.
it is the first time I see that certification.
Certification is dated May of 2012. Do you see that?
Así es, eso es lo que veo.
That is correct. That's what I see.
2 years after the earlier certification that's been identified as C30, and this is also signed by the mayor of Santo Domingo Norte, correct?
Sí,
Yes,
And at least as of the 10th of May, 2012, through the mayor, el Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte certifies that the Ayuntamiento is satisfied with La Jun's performance in Duquesa. Do you see that, sir?
es lo que dice ahí, sí, lo veo.
that's what it says. I see it.
I'll now turn to C46. Yet another certification, only this time it's una declaración jurada.
Ajá.
And this is the 6th of September, 2012. Do you see that, sir?
Sí,
Yes,
And it again is signed, and it is again signed by the mayor, correct?
así veo.
And
that's what I see.
the signatures are notarized, correct?
Sí, veo.
I see that.
And in this sworn declaration by the mayor of Santo Domingo Norte, again, Santo Domingo Norte, through its mayor, confirms that La Jun is complying with its obligations under the concession contract. Correct?
Sí, veo.
Yes, I see that.
And it goes on to say in section 6 of that sworn declaration, that el Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte has no objection and is in jumping to Spanish. la mejor disposición de
the
sostener
best disposition to maintain what is stated in this statement at the legal level as necessary.
See that, sir?
Sí lo veo.
Yes,
Mr. Lorenzo, please.
Yes, sir.
Before going to the next step in your examination, maybe it could be the right moment to take a break, depending on the time you need to complete your cross-examination. We have now 1 hour and 28 minutes. I don't know if you think that you are close to the end of your cross-examination, or you will need much more time.
Mr. Chairman, I am going to need a little more time, but my mentor told me long ago that when the president says this is the right moment for a break, it's the right moment for a break. So
thanks to your mentor.
Yeah, this is the right moment for a break. Happy to take the pause now and begin when the tribunal deems most appropriate.
Okay, so I think, and my colleagues in the tribunal so agree, that is the right moment for we can say the big break, half an hour, maybe it's logical in order to allow everybody to rest and to eat, etc. Okay, so
Señor presidente, solamente una pregunta.
Mr. President, just a question. Mr. Cano is also awaiting his turn because he had to make his statement today. I see it is 11:06 in Washington, D.C., and to have a clear understanding, he has several commitments tomorrow, but I imagine that we might have to ask him to change his commitments tomorrow to be available. I just wanted to have an idea. As we all know, that does not depend completely on the tribunal. What's more, it has little to do with the tribunal, meaning that we try to adapt to the way counsel has prepared examination, and usually their length is up to counsel. We would resume in half an hour. That would be 11:35 Washington, D.C. time, and we would be completing the cross-examination of Mr. Socrates. Then we have the redirect, then tribunal's questions, if any, and then another pause break. I imagine, I hope we can at least start, or at least to have enough time to start with the examination of Mr. Cano. I cannot confirm, and I understand how examinations usually follow, but it is quite likely that if we start the examination today, as I expect, we wouldn't be finishing today, so it would be a good idea to ask him to be ready early tomorrow morning to continue available for this tribunal. That's what we imagine, and that's the way we will proceed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Socrates Perez, you know that you are under oath. You are still appearing as a witness before this tribunal. You cannot talk to anyone during this break. No problem. Thank you very much for your understanding. We shall resume in 30 minutes. So 30 minutes. So I can go grab a bite to eat and come back.
Tiene que estar visible lo más.
You need to be visible.
Ujú. Sí, es lo que vamos a hacer.
It would be a better idea to give him food. Mr. Socrates, please stay in that room.
Quiero ir al
Sí.
baño.
Sí,
I
bueno,
need to
pero
go to the restroom. Yes, but do come back so that they can see that you are there alone, and we will be coordinating for someone to send you something to eat. So I imagine I have to eat something. So I'll go to the restroom.
Gracias.
Vamos a
Thank
la
you.
sala, por favor.
So Alonso, please send us to breakout rooms. So Mr. Lorenzo was had the floor before, so please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Congressman, well, still morning. Good morning again, sir. Congressman, I'd like to talk a little bit about the Unidad Ejecutora. You were a member of that Unidad Ejecutora, correct?
Repita, por favor, me estaba saliendo en inglés.
Would you please repeat? I was listening to English.
Were you a member?
Ahora sí.
Were you a member of la Unidad Ejecutora de Duquesa?
Sí, después de la sentencia.
Yes.
Sí.
After the award,
So
yes.
I'd like to talk to you about the tipping fees. And we tried to get into that earlier, but we didn't dive into it fully. So I'd like to turn to paragraph 42 of your declaration. And sir, I'm not going to read it, but I'd ask you to please take a moment to read that paragraph to yourself. And once you've finished reading it, and it's on
Sí,
the
yo-
screen.
No, yo no tengo que leerlo porque yo lo.
I
Eso
don't
fue
need
mi-
to read it. This is my statement. I know what it says. Whatever it says is fine.
And you would agree with me, sir, that this paragraph 42 talks about monthly tariffs, correct?
Sí,
Yes.
And I had asked you, sir, earlier this morning, if you had reviewed the agreements between the other municipalities and Lahun, agreements that fixed the monthly
yo le dije
tariff.
que no.
And I told
Sir.
you I didn't.
Just for purposes of the transcript, it's very important that you allow me to finish my question and then you can answer, so we're not speaking over each other. Is that fair?
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And I think you just testified that you didn't review any of those contracts between Lahun and the municipalities that set, among other things, the tipping fee.
Así es.
Sir, if you
Sí.
never,
That is correct.
Fue, yo no lo leí.
sir,
That is correct. I did not read it.
if you never reviewed those contracts, how do you know, as you state in paragraph 42 of your witness statement, that the ayuntamientos continue to pay the same monthly tariff that they were paying with Lahun?
Cuando llegué a la unidad ejecutora,
When I was at the implementing unit, I was able to, all of those papers were there.
I'm confused, sir. You've told me that you've never reviewed the municipal contracts with Lahun that set, among other things, a tipping fee. Is your testimony now, sir, that once you joined La Unidad Ejecutora, you in fact did review the agreements between the
no,
other
déjeme
municipalities?
déjeme explicarle.
Sir,
Let me explain to you.
I apologize for the interruption, but we can't be interrupting each other. It's not helpful to the transcript. It's not helpful to the court reporter. It's not helpful to the translator. You're going to have an opportunity to respond once I finish my question. Okay?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. So my question is, sir, how did you come to learn after you joined La Unidad Ejecutora that the tipping fee that the municipalities were now paying La Unidad Ejecutora were the same tipping fees that were being paid during the period that La UN was operating Duquesa?
Muy fácil.
Very easy.
Cuando nosotros fuimos designados en la
When we were appointed to the implementing unit,
los empleados que tenía la JUN
the
por ahí,
employees La Jun Corporation had
despedimos todos.
were not dismissed altogether.
Muchos de ellos,
Many of them stayed behind
y
and
ellos nos dieron la
continued to
información,
work, and they gave us the
información
information.
pública.
And on top of that, it was public information. I did not read the contracts. Let me reiterate to you, I did not read the contracts. That information as to how much the municipalities paid was public information. You did not need to read contracts to know that.
What public document, sir, did you review to complete your witness statement to confirm that the Distrito Nacional was paying 7 million Dominican pesos per month?
No, es que yo no tuve que leer ningún
I
documento.
had to read a document of the it's not that I had to read a document in the contract to know that it was public information. Even when the crisis emerged, the press, the news even said that how much the municipalities were paying. You didn't need to read the contract for you to know how much municipalities were paying.
The numbers that are reflected in paragraph 42, the source of your knowledge is public information that you gained from the press and not public information that you gained from reviewing the contracts. Is that right?
No, es que no hay que analizar. Mire, no hay que analizar.
You don't need to review contracts for that. As soon as we joined the implementing unit, there was a copy of the checks paid by each of the municipalities. So it was the same invoice and for them to continue to pay.
Okay. Do you know, sir, if pursuant to those agreements between the municipalities and La Jun, the agreement contemplated a yearly adjustment of the tipping fee?
No,
No,
Sir, did La Unidad Ejecutora execute new contracts with each municipality for the services that La Unidad Ejecutora was now providing at Duquesa?
sí.
yes,
Hicimos los contratos
we
nosotros respetando
executed new contracts
el precio que pagaban.
respecting the same prices paid.
Contracts remain in effect today?
Bueno, creo que sí, porque yo no estoy.
I
No,
think so. I am not with the implementing unit, but I think that they continue to pay the same.
And sir, those new contracts that were entered into between La Unidad Ejecutora and each municipality, did they have a provision for the adjustment of the tariff, the tipping fee?
no.
No,
El contrato que nosotros hicimos fue
the
simple
contract we executed
para que los
was
ayuntamientos
just for the municipalities to be able to bear the payment. And under the law, you need to have a contract for the payment to be issued, but the same price they paid was maintained.
And do you know, sir, since La Unidad Ejecutora assumed control of Duquesa, if those tipping fees were ever increased?
No, no se aumentaron nunca.
No, they were not increased.
They weren't increased in 2018?
No,
They
No.
weren't increased in 2019?
no fueron aumentadas.
They were not increased. As long as I was with the implementing unit, they were not increased.
Sir, were you ever made aware that in the contracts with the municipalities that La Jun entered into, over time, there actually were increases in the tipping fee. Did you know that?
No,
No.
You say, sir, that the tipping fee for El Distrito Nacional in paragraph 42 of your declaration was 7 million Dominican pesos. Do you see that?
sí,
Yes.
Sir, I'd like to take you to C17, which is the agreement between La Jun and El Distrito Nacional. And I'll show you Article 23 and 14. Article 23, titled Reajustes. Do you see that? Do you see it, sir?
sí lo veo.
And you'll see that
Yes,
the
I do.
price, the tipping fee, according to this document, this agreement,
Richard, ¿le puedes dar la fecha del acuerdo que le
Sí,
están
pero
buscando, por
Please
favor?
state that document.
Usted me preguntó, discúlpeme, abogado. Usted me preguntó, discúlpeme.
But
usted
you
me preguntó
asked me, counsel, whether it was increased in 2018, 2019. I joined the implementing unit in 2017, and there was no increase up to the time I left the unit. And
at the request of your counsel, which I think is a fair request, we'll put the date forward here. The date of this document, sir, I'm not trying to trick you, is the 1st of September, 2007. Do you see that?
Sí, yo no estaba en la unidad ejecutora
yes, I
cuando eso.
was not with the implementing unit.
And
Correcto.
this agreement between the municipality and La Jun had a provision titled Reajustes, which contemplated a payment of a tipping fee of 6 million Dominican pesos. Do you see that?
Sí, lo veo.
Yes, I do see that.
And then you see that there's another adjustment of the tipping fee in August of 2008, increasing from 6 million to 6.5 million Dominican pesos. Do you see that, sir?
Sí,
Yes.
And that number, that tipping fee, is different
sí,
than the
Yes.
$7 million figure that you reference in paragraph 42 of your witness statement, correct?
sí, pero son de fecha
Yes,
diferente.
but the dates are different.
Cuando yo,
And
When I joined the implementing unit, that was the price they were paying, and it was maintained. We had no knowledge or control over the previous information.
And sir, if we look at Pantoja,
ajá,
again in paragraph 42, you say that the tipping fee was 55 pesos dominicanos. Do you see that? 55,000 pesos dominicanos. Do you see that?
sí,
Yes.
Thank you. And if we go to C18, which is the agreement between La Jun and Pantoja, dated February 2nd, 2009, and this document, sir, is notarized by a Mr. Carlos Eusebio Trinidad. Do you see that?
sí, lo veo.
I do see that.
If we go to paragraph 11, page 3,
Perdón, señor presidente, una
I
pregunta.
apologize, Mr. President. I have a clarification question for Mr. Lorenzo. Would you please show again the date of this document?
Of course, Professor, I'm sorry.
Porque en letras dice el año 2000.
Because it says 2008 in block letters, but then in between parentheses 2009. Would you please clarify this?
I will try, Professor Cohen, and I think if you look at it's probably a typographical error. If you look at the notary, it says 2009.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
For helping us clarify that. And again, if we go to paragraph 11 of this agreement, you'll see, sir, that prior to this agreement, this municipality wasn't paying anything for the service. Do you see that? Do you see that,
veo
sir?
que pagaba
I
6.3.
see that they paid $6.55 per
I'll
ton
read it for you. Costos de los servicios y adecuación del mismo.
service cost and service adaptation cost. The municipality recognizes that the operational cost of Duquesa ranged between $6.5 and $6.55 per ton of solid waste. And currently, the municipality does not pay for services.
Sí lo veo. Sí.
So,
I do.
so prior to the execution of this agreement, it would appear that Pantoja was not paying anything for tipping.
Lógico.
Yes,
And then-
obvious.
Perdón. Ese abogado,
That
ese contrato yo le estoy
attorney, that contract that I see right now, I hadn't seen that.
I understand.
Yes.
And then you see in Article 11.1, the tipping fee is adjusted to 55,000 Dominican pesos. Do you see that?
Sí.
And that's,
Yes.
and that, sir, is the same number that you reflect in paragraph 42 of your witness statement,
Sí.
Yes.
correct?
Sí.
And in paragraph
Yes.
11.2 of that same agreement, C18, 11.2 is a provision that calls for the annual adjustment of the tipping fee. Do you see that, sir?
Sí lo veo.
I do see that.
Thank you. Sir, do you know when this
¿Sabe
agreement?
usted cuándo este convenio con Pantoja fue rescindido?
No escuché bien.
I failed to hear your question.
Sir, do you know when this agreement between La Juna and Pantoja terminated, ended?
No, no sé.
No, I do not know.
I'm showing you on screen, sir, the section 13.2, which is the duration of the contract. Do you see that?
Sí lo veo.
I do see that.
And we already saw with the help of Professor Cohen that this is a document from 2009. It has a 5-year term, so it ends in 2014 or thereabouts. Do you know if this contract was renewed?
No, no sé.
No, I do not know.
Do you know if after the expiration of this contractual term, whether Pantoja continued to deposit solid waste at Duquesa?
Sí, Pantoja deposita en
Yes,
Duquesa.
Pantoja
Depositando, sí.
deposits the waste there in Pandora and in the Duquesa, and they continue to do it.
Conclusion of this contract in early 2014, if the tipping fee for Pantoja was adjusted.
No, no sé, no tengo conocimiento.
No, I don't know. I
Um,
really don't know.
You say in paragraph 42 that with respect to el Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Oeste, the tipping fee was 500,000 Dominican pesos. Do you see that, sir?
Sí.
Yes.
I'd like to take you to the agreement between Santo Domingo Este and Lajun relating to el relleno sanitario Duquesa, which is dated at C19, which is dated 13 April 2011. And this document, signed by El Síndico Santo Domingo Este, similarly is notarized by Carlos Eusebio Trinidad. Do you see that, sir?
Sí.
Yes.
And I only highlight the notary because there's been some discussion about whether or not notarizations by this person are valid, but we see it now several times. And if we look to this contract, it also has in paragraph 11 a provision concerning tipping fee. And at the time, prior to the execution of this contract, the tipping fee being paid was $1.64 per ton. Do you see that?
Sí, lo veo.
Yes, I see it.
And then pursuant to this agreement, Santo Domingo Oeste agreed to increase the tipping fee. Jumping to Spanish. En vista
In view of the prior acknowledgement and in order to contribute to the correct technical, financial, environmental operation of Duquesa, the municipality agrees to pay Lajun an amount of 500,000 pesos per month, with which it would be paying $2.02 per ton of garbage dumped. Louis?
Sí, lo veo.
And again, that's
Yes,
the
I see
amount
it.
you reflect in paragraph 42 of your witness statement. And
Sí,
like
500,000 pesos.
Yes,
like
500,000 pesos.
agreement that we just saw, Article 11.2, the parties also agreed to an annual adjustment or review of the tipping fee. Do you see that, sir?
Sí.
Yes.
Sir, do you know when this contract terminated pursuant to its terms?
No.
I'll
No.
turn you to paragraph 13.2. Like Pantoja, it had a 5-year term. Contract is dated April 13th, 2011. So pursuant to its terms, it expired in April of 2016. Do you know if this contract was renewed or extended?
No, no sé.
No, I don't know.
Do you know, sir, if the tipping fee was ever adjusted above the amount reflected in this agreement?
No, no sé.
No, I don't know.
Did Lajun stop allowing Santo Domingo Oeste to continue to dump solid waste at Duquesa even after the expiration of this contractual term? Do you know?
No es que yo no sé si el contrato fue renovado.
Well,
si
I
se-
don't know if the contract was renewed or if it just expired. I don't know if La June did not allow Santo Domingo Este to keep dumping.
And finally, because it's also reflected in paragraph 42 of your declaration, let's talk about the tipping fee in the contract between Santo Domingo Este and Lajun, C20. In Santo Domingo Este, pursuant to paragraph 42 of your declaration, was paying 3.5 million Dominican pesos per month. And this is an agreement that's dated March 12th, 2013. March 12th, 2013. And if we go to clause 4 of this agreement, we see the reference to the tipping fee. Jumping to Spanish. Cuarto.
Fourth, service costs and adaptation of the same. The municipality acknowledges that operational costs at Duquesa fluctuate from 6.3 and 6 to 637 US dollars per ton of solid waste. And currently, the municipality is only paying 1.64 US dollars per ton.
And here,
Yes, I see it.
in paragraph 5 or of this agreement, there's an increase of the tipping fee to 3 million pesos. Do you see that?
Sí.
Yes,
And increasing the tipping fee from $1.64 to $4.44. Do you see that?
Sí, lo veo.
yes, I see it.
And like the other contracts that we've seen, this agreement between La Jun and el Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Este also had a adjustment mechanism that was annual. Do you see that in paragraph 6?
Sí.
Yes,
Sir, this agreement says that the payment was going to be 3 million Dominican pesos. In your declaration, you say it's 3.5 million.
Sí. Es lo que paga el ayuntamiento.
yes, that's what the municipality is paying.
Do you know when that increase from 3 million to 3.5 million occurred?
No.
No,
Sir, do you know when this agreement with Santo Domingo Este ended?
No.
no,
Well, I'll draw your attention to paragraph 11. Décimo primero. And this agreement that is dated March 2013 had a 3-year term, so terminated in March of 2016. Do you know if la municipalidad, perdón, el ayuntamiento del municipio Santo Domingo Este renewed this agreement with La Jun?
No tengo conocimiento.
I have no knowledge of this, but when we arrived, they were already paying 3.5 million Dominican pesos. So it looks to me like it was renewed in some way.
There are no documents and evidence that show that this agreement was ever extended. Do you know if after the conclusion of this agreement, the end of its term, whether or not La Jun prohibited Santo Domingo Este from depositing its solid waste in Duquesa?
No tengo conocimiento.
I have no knowledge.
I'd like to go back, if we might, to the certifications. And I know your declaration addresses 3 certifications signed by Mr. Santos Hernandez, and you make that point in, among other paragraphs, paragraph 10 of your witness statement. Sir, do you know if Mr. Santos Hernandez continues to work for the ASDN?
No,
No,
él no sigue trabajando.
he's not working there anymore.
No, no sé.
I don't know.
But you know that he doesn't work at the ASTN, is that right?
No, no trabaja en ACDN.
He's not working for ASCN.
Repítame.
How do you know that he doesn't work at the ASTN?
Nobel fue cancelado.
He was terminated. He doesn't work there anymore.
And again, sir, how do you know that he was, to use your phrase, jumping to Spanish, cancelado?
Él no trabaja, no forma parte del personal.
He's not a member of the staff there at the municipality. Let me explain what happens. The payroll in this country, any payroll is public. You start to work for the municipality and your name is published. Otherwise, you don't.
Es que no está funcionando nuestro.
1 minute. I think the transcription in Spanish is not working and we can't follow. Maybe the court reporter can say if he's having a problem here. I think you're right, Claudia.
Until that's operational, and then just let me know and we'll go back at it.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Alonso, ¿me puede ayudar con esto?
Alonso, could you help us in this?
Sí,
Sí, estoy esperando confirmación de los estenógrafos.
I'm waiting to receive confirmation from the court reporters on this. I'm looking at it, says Paul.
Sí, y ya lo corrigieron. Muchas gracias.
It was corrected. Thank you very much.
Sí, ya podemos continuar. Gracias, disculpen.
We can go on. Very sorry for that. Proceed, please, Mr. Lorenzo.
Peterson, thank you. And if it happens again, please let me know and we'll proceed accordingly. Sir, coming back to Mr. Santos Hernandez, did you meet with him to prepare your report, your declaration in this case?
No, no.
No,
Do you
I
know
didn't.
he's a witness in this case in support of the Dominican Republic?
No, no tengo conocimiento.
No, I have no knowledge of that.
Sir, coming back to the certifications, I'd like to now go to a document that's been identified as C12. And sir, this is a document from el Ayuntamiento Santo Domingo Norte to la Dirección General de Compras y Contrataciones, dated 26 February 2014, from el licenciado Carlos Ortiz Severino, going to Spanish, consultor jurídico.
Legal advisor of Santo Domingo Norte, ¿lo ve? Do you see it?
Sí, lo veo.
And this is, going to Spanish,
Yes, I see it.
un escrito de defensa y remisión de expediente administrativo. Do you see that?
Sí.
Yes.
And sir, prior to today, have you ever seen this document?
No, no, lo veo por primera vez.
No, this is the first time I see it.
And if we go to the last page of the document, you'll see that it's signed by the legal director of El Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte. And it even has the stamp of La Consultoría Jurídica, correct?
Sí es. Sí, lo
Yes,
veo.
that's the case. I see it.
And sir, if you go to page 4 of this document, again, prepared for an administrative proceeding by the legal director of El Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte, you can see in paragraphs 4, 5, and 6, the legal director makes specific reference to Lajun and to Duquesa. Do you see that, sir?
Sí.
Yes.
And in paragraph 5, it discusses costs and the tipping fee. And the legal director of El Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte, in a proceeding before an administrative proceeding, notes, jumping to Spanish, ya que los usuarios
Since the users of this landfill, that is to say, the rest of the municipalities dumping their solid waste, do not even pay 50% of the cost required for the adequate treatment of the residues dumped.
And then it goes on.
I see it.
In this document executed by the legal director of El Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte in paragraph 6. And interestingly, the first sentence says what it says, but it's bolded and underlined. And what the legal director of El Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte posits here is Lajun, I apologize, jumping to Spanish, Lajun no ha recibido la
Lajun has not received the required compensation to fulfill the concession agreement.
Sí, lo veo.
So
Yes,
at
I see
least
it.
as of March of 2014, it was the opinion of the legal director of El Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte that the tipping fee was 50% below the actual cost to treat the solid waste. And the tipping fee was not in compliance with the contrato de concesión. Correct?
Lo que dice ahí.
That's what it says there.
The words speak for themselves, correct, sir?
Perdón.
The words say
Sorry?
what they say, right?
Bueno, no necesariamente, pero
Well, not necessarily.
We'll leave that to the tribunal to determine what these words mean. But sir, you did say earlier this morning, we're now in the afternoon, but this morning, that it was the responsibility of the legal director to review the contract and determine what obligations and responsibilities the parties had. So again, at least as of 2014, this was the opinion of the legal director, correct?
así es.
Yes,
Thank
that's
you,
the case.
I'd now like to turn to C5. And C5 is going to Spanish, Acuerdo Transnacional Descargo.
It's a settlement agreement discharge and waiving of actions.
Sí, lo veo.
Yes, I see it.
And this document is dated the 10th day of February, 2014. You see that?
Sí, lo veo.
Yes, I see it.
Do you recognize this document, sir? And I'm happy to skim through it if that would be
Lo
helpful.
estoy viendo ahora por primera vez.
Never seen
See
this?
it now for the first time.
No.
No,
I don't want to trick you, sir, but I think you referenced this document in paragraph 17 of your declaration.
No. Ese documento yo no lo había visto.
no, I hadn't seen that document.
Creo
Let's go
que
to
solamente justo ponerle el párrafo 17 o que lo lea él, por
of-
favor.
sí.
Gracias.
Of course.
I
was
think
just-
paragraph 17 should be shown to the witness.
Sí puede.
I'm gonna project it in one moment. And see if paragraph 17, if this refreshes your recollection. Are you there?
Sí, estoy aquí.
Yes, I'm here.
Fair enough. As you can see in paragraph 17, sir, it makes reference to the document C5 that
Sí,
I just showed
Sí,
you.
pero es una. No, lo que yo digo ahí es una cosa muy diferente
Yes,
a lo que usted está.
but what I'm saying there is completely different than what you are showing me. What you show me is an agreement between LAJUN and the municipality for the construction of the perimeter fence, lightening, fixing the inner roads. That's what that was agreed, not the document that you were showing me.
Okay, and again, I'm not trying to trick you, sir. Your declaration in footnote 5 references C5. And the reference to C5, that footnote, if you go up to paragraph 17, footnote 5 is the agreement that I just showed you. You see footnote 5?
Tal vez si le enseñas, se lo pasas, por favor, Richard, como propusiste, porque hay muchos
Maybe
acuerdos.
if you show it to him.
Que ellos me mostraron.
What happens, counsel, is that they showed me an agreement, and an agreement has several pages. I was shown the pages where we had an agreement between LAJUN and the municipality for the construction of the perimeter fence. They had done that before, but they were going to redo the fence, and they were going to provide lighting for the dump, and they were going to construct or build inner roads. That's what I referred to in that paragraph.
So taking the advice of your counsel, because your declaration makes reference to C5, right? And I'm showing you C5. And in your declaration, Congressman, you say, jumping to Spanish, los abogados de la demandante también me
Lawyers by the claimant also showed a copy of the settlement agreement of 10 February of 2014 between ASDN and Lejeune Corporation.
Is this the agreement that you remember reviewing that was provided to you by the lawyers for the Dominican Republic when you prepared your declaration? And I'm happy to skim through it. And if you don't know or you don't remember,
Sí,
sir, no problem.
No, no es que no recuerdo, doctor.
It's not that I don't recall, counsel. What I'm saying, and I reiterate, is that what I saw, what I was shown of that contract, and this is what I say in paragraph 17 of my statement, that agreement, that page that was shown to me, where the agreements were discussed, that's what I referred to in paragraph 17 of my witness statement.
And that's very helpful. And I think you've just clarified the ambiguity. It's not that you reviewed the whole agreement. You only reviewed the one page of the agreement that dealt with the items that are reflected in paragraph 17 of your declaration, correct?
Sí, lo que me mostraron eso de eso.
Yes, that was what I was shown, and that's what I stated there.
Or the signature page of the document. And you'll see, sir, that it's signed by the mayor, Francisco Alejandro Fernandez. Do you see that?
Sí, la veo.
Yes, I see that.
And it's witnessed by a number of individuals, including Jose Manuel Lopez. Do you see that?
Sí,
Yes,
Do you know Mr. Lopez?
sí, él fue regidor en el municipio de Santo Domingo. Norte.
yes, he was a council member in the municipality.
Also signed by el Ayuntamiento del Municipio de Santo Domingo Este. Correct?
Sí, de Juancito de los Santos, lo estoy viendo, sí.
Yes, I'm seeing that.
Correct?
Yes,
El Ayuntamiento de Pedro Brand, correct?
Petroban municipality, right?
Correct.
Sí,
And it's also witnessed even
Yes,
by a member, a representative of el Ministerio de Medio Ambiente y Recursos Naturales, correct?
lo veo.
I see that.
When the lawyers for the Dominican Republic showed you the 1 or 2 pages of this document, did they show you the portion of the agreement that dealt with waste to energy?
No, no vi eso.
No, I didn't see that.
No, no puede. Ah, está ahí.
They didn't show you that. Interestingly, sir, if you look at that page that talks about waste to energy, it actually is the same page that talks about la verja perimetral. And it's the same page that talks about la iluminación. I apologize, my Spanish, I struggle with it at times, most of the time. So did they black out or redact or cut out the section that talked about convertir la porción de los desechos en energía eléctrica?
Transform a part of the waste in electricity and reducing environmental pollution?
No, le contesto. Lo que pasa es que si usted me muestra.
Let me answer that. If you show me several things and you ask me several questions, I will answer what I know. I can't invent an answer. If they show me a document regarding the perimeter fence, which was already done and I saw it, and the lights, I have to talk about that because I know the inner roads. I can talk about those because I know about those also.
Well, let's go to another document. Maybe they showed you this one. C32. And this is, jumping to Spanish, una resolución del Consejo de
Resolution of the council for the extension of the concession contract for the management of the sanitary landfill of Duquesa. What date is that?
We'll turn to the last page to put the date on there. This is the 19th of February, 2014. Do you see that,
Okay.
sir?
Sí, lo veo.
Yes, I do.
This is a resolution del Consejo de Regidores de Santo Domingo Norte, correct?
Sí,
And
Yes,
if you look at that final page, it's signed by the president del Consejo, correct?
Sí,
Yes,
And it's also signed by the secretary del Consejo, correct?
sí.
yes.
And you have no reason to believe that this document, that they didn't have the authority to sign this document, do you, sir?
No, no tengo motivo.
No, I have no reason to believe that.
And sir, if you look at this document, page 2, second atendiendo, the Consejo de Regidores notes, jumping to Spanish, a que, second atendiendo, a que el ASDN
That the ASDN has previously examined and accepts the precarious economic situation under which the Duquesa sanitary landfill operates.
Sí, sí,
Yes.
lo veo.
Yes, I do.
And then it notes, well, what's the cause? Y el Consejo de Regidores del Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte says,
And
debido a
Doctor,
que,
okay,
por favor, si puede hacer una pausa cuando pasa del inglés al español. Muchas
please
gracias.
pause when you go from English to Spanish.
Yes, I
Thank
apologize,
you.
I should have said it. Jumping to Spanish. Debido a que las sumas de dinero
Due to the fact that the sums of money that it receives for the disposal of solid waste is far below the cost required for its correct treatment.
Sí.
Yes, I do.
And then it goes on, two atendiendos further down. To describe the investments that need to be made in Duquesa. And it notes that it requires, it being Duquesa and Lajun, jumping to Spanish, una contratación que requiere la certeza,
A contract that requires certainty, foreseeability, and the juridical security required by investment projects, such as the one that is now before this council of the ASDN.
Sí.
Yes, I do.
And sir, you already testified that you have no reason to question the authority of the president and the secretary of El Consejo de Regidores to execute this document. If we go to page 4, these same individuals in a resolution of the complete Consejo note and confirm that the licitation of the concession to Lajun was the result of a transparent and legitimate public bid and in full compliance with the law, making specific reference to law 340-06. Do you see that, sir?
Sí, lo veo.
Yes, I do see it.
At least that was the opinion of El Consejo de Regidores del Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte on the 19th day of
Así es.
February, 2014, correct?
That's right.
Correct?
Sí, lo que dice ahí, sí.
Yes, that's what it says there. Yes.
Sir, when you became a member of La Unidad Ejecutora, did you review the environmental permits of Duquesa?
No.
No.
Did you ever come to understand, sir, that do you know if Duquesa has an environmental permit?
Para operar aquí tiene que tener el permiso
To operate here, they have to have the permit,
ambiental.
Let's
the
go to
environmental permit.
And sir, this is the environmental permit issued by el Ministerio de Ambiente y Recursos Naturales of the Dominican Republic for, jumping to Spanish, el relleno sanitario Duquesa. Do you see that, sir?
The Duquesa sanitary landfill.
Sí, lo veo.
Yes, I do see it.
And this environmental license, identified as 0511-06, was approved after the Ministry of Environment, as it says in the first paragraph, it reviewed, jumping to Spanish, el informe,
The environmental report and the program for environmental management and adaptation for the installation of the Duquesa sanitary landfill operated and legally represented by the company Lahun Corporation.
Sí, veo.
Yes, I see it.
Sir, do you know if this environmental permit was ever suspended by the Ministry of Health?
Yo escuché por la prensa un momento.
I found out through the press that at some point in time they did suspend it. I didn't read anything about that. I heard that it had been suspended.
As a member of la unidad ejecutora, did you try to confirm that rumor?
No,
No,
No. Do you know if the environmental license was ever revoked?
no sé.
no, I don't know.
Do you know, sir, if Duquesa's environmental license was ever renewed?
No,
No,
As a member of la unidad ejecutora, you didn't inquire as to the status of Duquesa's environmental permit? Or was that for the legal team to do?
ok. Recuerde que la unidad
okay. Recall that the
había un miembro
implementing
del
unit
Ministerio de Medio Ambiente.
included a member from the Ministry of Environment.
Thank you, that's helpful. Let's go to C-180, 158. C-158. Have you ever seen Duquesa Lahun's renewed environmental permit approved by the Ministry of Environment? It's the document that you see on the screen, C-158.
Sí, lo veo.
Yes, I see it.
Prior to today,
Lo estoy
sir.
viendo ahora.
I'm seeing it now.
Prior to today, had you ever seen this document?
No,
No,
And sir, like the initial environmental permit, the renewed permit approved by the Dominican Ministry of Environment is approved after, jumping to Spanish, habiendo revisado
after having reviewed the results of the inspections of environmental compliance and the environmental compliance reports established in the environmental permit DEA number 051106, modified or amended, issued 26 April 2010.
So the Ministry of
Yes.
the Environment renewed Duquesa Lahun's environmental permit, certifying its compliance with Dominican environmental law on the 25th day of July, 2016. Do you see that, sir?
sí.
Yes,
So roughly 1 year before the promulgation of the emergency decree, correct?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. And this renewal isn't signed by an underling or a vice minister. No, this renewal is actually signed by the minister himself, correct?
Sí, claro, esos
Yes,
permisos.
of course, those environmental permits, all of them, whatever the institution to which it is issued, must bear the minister's signature.
And that's because, Congressman, the issuance of an environmental permit is very important, correct?
Sí, es tan importante que cuando emiten un permiso,
Yes, it's so important that when they issue an environmental permit, the permit itself says that at any time the ministry may revoke it.
Sir, to the best of your knowledge, was this renewed environmental permit, again, renewed 1 year before the emergency declaration, was it ever revoked? Do you know?
yo escuché que en un momento le
I
revocaron
heard that at one point in time, they revoked the environmental permit for Lahun Corporation. I heard this through the press because of the problems that came about. But I didn't inquire much into that. It wasn't up to me.
Sir, I'm not asking about what you heard in the press. I'm asking you specifically if you, as in your capacity as congressman, in your capacity as member of La Unidad Ejecutora, know that this renewed environmental permit, if it was ever suspended. Do you know, sir? Yes or no?
Señor presidente, el
Se me
señor
está
Sócrates.
Mr. President, excuse me, please, sir. Mr. Socrates does not address these issues. I have let any number of questions go by, mindful of the instructions that the tribunal has given us, but at some point in time, I do have to step in and object. Mr. President, I'm so sorry to interrupt the cross-examination by my colleague for the claimant, but Mr. Socrates does not talk about any such things in his statement. The procedural order number 1 says that the questions go to the witness statement. I've wanted to display good faith on behalf of the Dominican Republic for you to for them to put any questions they may have to him. But some of them really verge on the limit. And this is one. He's not a lawyer. He is not familiar with all these facts. He has been made any number of questions on matters that are not covered in his statement. And of course, I abide by any decision of the tribunal, but it seems to me that we're going quite far here. Thank you very much. I was going to give you the floor, Mr. Lorenzo. Do you have anything to say about what Mr. Frutos Peterson has said?
This witness in his declaration talks about the crisis, the environmental crisis that ensued. There's page after page, paragraph after paragraph, describing this environmental calamity. He even goes to the effort of reviewing newspaper articles and commenting on those newspaper articles as to discussing issues of environmental calamity. So I'm asking this witness, who was one of 3 people, he said, that was responsible for La Unidad Ejecutora, sorry, I struggle with that, that was operating Duquesa, whether or not he knows if the environmental license, he speaks to environmental issues, was ever revoked or suspended. I think that's a fair question, and it is absolutely within the purview of the matters that he addresses in his witness statement.
Las notas periodísticas que atiende el señor Sócrates, nada más para
The
confirmar.
news articles, if I could answer, Mr. President, are attachments included in the record by the claimant. And Mr. Socrates is here as he was Director of Security during the crisis.
Le dimos la posibilidad a usted, lo explicó muy bien.
We already gave you an opportunity, Ms. Frutos, to explain your position. Mr. Lorenzo, please. I understand that the line between what is related to a witness statement, and we've seen this on several occasions. You know this as well as I. This is nothing new. It's a very thin line between what is related to what's in the statement and what's not. I try to be as fair as one can in these cases. It's difficult. What I would ask you, please, now I understand, I agree with your position that the questions are related. They're all related. The only thing I've said before, and in this respect, I think that Ms. Frutos is correct, is that some of the questions that you put are questions in which, in respect of which the witness has repeatedly said that he does not know, based on his personal education and training, or what you may have asked him about a particular technical question or a legal question. So please try to ask the questions without insisting on things that the witness says he can't answer. I understand your position of wanting to see to what extent I have things he said been consistent with the certain documents, but within what he knows about. You've already asked him about whether he's familiar with any given document, and the tribunal will weigh whether or not he may have been familiar with them or not, or whether that represents a contradiction. But if his answer was already, I haven't seen that before, or I didn't see that, then that should be it for that question. You ask him something, he says he's not familiar with it, hasn't seen it, and the tribunal can judge whether the response was credible and so forth. Thank you for helping us out here.
Always most welcome. And I'm going to move on from the environmental permits, but I will note that this witness in footnote 6 makes specific reference to la ley sobre medio ambiente y recursos naturales. So the fact that I'm asking him questions about something that's directly in his deck, but it absolutely is a topic that I think is fair, but we'll move on. I'd like to move, sir, if I may, Congressman, to Article C-84. And this is a document from El Ministerio de Medio Ambiente, JICA, and others concerning, jumping to Spanish, Manual sobre Disposición.
Manual on final disposal of municipal solid waste.
And it's dated May 2017. This is 2 months before the emergency declaration. Sir, have you ever seen this document before?
Me lo está mostrando usted ahora.
You're showing it to me now, but
Never reviewed it as a member of la unidad ejecutora.
Lo había visto el documento, sí.
I had seen this document before. Yes, I had that document.
Sir, how many vertederos are there in the Dominican Republic?
¿Cuántos vertederos?
How many vertederos?
Hay muchos.
I don't know the number. There's a lot.
Hay más de 100 vertederos.
Yes, there are more than 100 landfills.
No creo que llegue a 300.
No, I don't think it's that many. I don't think there's as many as 300.
You recognize and say that you've reviewed.
Lo vi, no que lo he revisado.
I didn't say I reviewed it. I have seen it. I didn't say I reviewed it.
And this is page 1, titled Spanish, Presentación. Do you see that?
Introduction.
Sí.
And I'll ask you,
Yes.
sir, before I ask you a question, to take a moment to read that paragraph. And when you're done, let me know.
Yes, I'm done.
To read it, sir?
Sí,
Yes,
At least according to this document, prepared by, among others, El Ministerio de Ambiente, they note that in the Dominican Republic, as of May 2017, 2 months before the emergency declaration, there were more than 350 vertederos a cielo abierto. Do you see that?
sí, sí.
yes, yes.
And in describing these 350 open air vertederos, this first paragraph says that they're negatively impacting the environment. Do you see that?
Sí,
Yes,
And it also says that these 350 open air vertederos are also negatively impacting natural resources, correct?
sí,
yes,
And the health of the Dominican population. Do you see that?
sí,
yes,
And that's the conclusion of the Ministry del Medio Ambiente and Recursos Naturales in May of 2017, correct?
sí,
yes,
And what's causing this problem, they describe it actually in the first sentence. And they say the problem is caused by institutional disabilities, or weaknesses, I apologize, institutional weaknesses, correct?
sí, lo estoy viendo.
yes, I'm seeing it.
This problem is also caused by operational challenges with the municipalities, correct?
Ujú, sí,
Yes,
And they even fault the collaboration of the Dominican citizenship, correct?
sí,
yes,
And at least according to this report by the Ministry of the Environment, May of 2007, the cause of some of the challenges in the solid waste management are all of the things that are described here, correct? Correct, sir?
yes,
sí,
Thank
Oh.
you.
yes,
And if we go to page
sí, es lo que
3,
dice ahí.
yes, it's what it says there.
do you disagree with the conclusion of the Ministry of the Environment, sir?
¿Cómo así?
What do you mean?
I'll move on. Let's go to page 3.
Hmm.
And in page 3, the Ministry of the Environment, in a report issued in May of 2017, 2 months before the emergency declaration, the title of this section is La situación actual de la disposición final de
Current
los.
situation of the final disposal of our of municipal solid waste. Yes,
Sí, lo veo.
yes, I
And
see
in
it.
describing the actual situation, it again makes reference to los vertederos, correct?
Sí,
Yes,
And it confirms that they're open air, correct?
sí,
yes,
It confirms that many of them are near water, correct?
sí, lo estoy leyendo. Ujú,
yes, I'm reading
They're
it.
also close to small rivers, correct?
sí,
Yes,
And it says that these vertederos are causing impacts not yet studied, but that they're presumably grave, correct?
sí,
yes,
And the Ministry of the Environment goes on to say that this problem with the management of residual waste is a situation that has been presenting itself for some time, correct?
Sí,
Yes,
And it points to a report from the year 2001, right?
sí.
yes.
Sir, and if you go to the conclusion of this report, again, 2 months before the issuance of the emergency decree against only Duquesa, the Ministry of the Environment makes a number of conclusions. And I'll read it, jumping to Spanish. En el país, en cada
In the country, in each municipal or district jurisdiction, there is a piece of land that is devoted to the uncontrolled disposal of solid waste with a negative impact on the health of the nearby populations, degrading environmental quality, and deteriorating resources.
Did you see that, sir?
Sí,
Yes,
And sir, you agree with that statement, don't you?
sí lo vi.
yes, I saw
Pero
it.
le está haciendo una pregunta de nuevo.
Excuse me, once again, this is a
de algo en lo que el señor no participó.
question that is about a conclusion and where he did not participate, whereas the first time this document, I really don't understand the line of questions, but I need to object to this question, Mr. President.
Cambiar su pregunta o abandonarla, señor Lorenzo, por favor.
I'll move on, Mr. Chairman. I think the point's been made. And
Sí,
of this report from the Ministry of Health dated May 2017, moving to Spanish. He ahí una gran oportunidad de alianza.
there is a great opportunity for a partnership among the central government, the local authorities, and private companies in order to give the country the facilities required to put an end to the more than 350 landfills existing in the Dominican Republic.
Sí, lo veo, sí.
Yes, I
Sir,
do.
The emergency decree that was issued in July of 2017. I'm going to put it on the screen. It's C-149. Let me ask, because you never know. Have you seen this document before?
Sí,
Yes,
And this emergency decree, it's directed only to Duquesa, correct?
no.
no.
Sir, can you read page 2 of the emergency declaration issued on the 21st day of July, 2017? The single disposition, único. Can you read that to yourself, sir? Have you read it?
Sí la leí.
Okay.
Yes, I
sir,
read it.
According to this document, which you confirm you recognized, this emergency declaration is directed exclusively to el vertedero de Duquesa.
Al vertedero de Duquesa, no las Gómez.
Thank you.
The Duquesa landfill, correct.
Only directed to Duquesa, correct?
Sí,
Yes,
It's not directed to any other of the 349 open air vertederos in the Dominican Republic, correct?
correcto?
Bueno, sí, pero los otros vertederos no tenían el
Yes,
problema.
but the others did not have the problems that Duquesa had.
Notwithstanding what the Ministry of the Environment concluded in its May 2017 report that we just reviewed, you stand by your answer, sir?
Le explico.
Let me
La declaratoria de emergencia fue para
elaborate. The emergency declaration was for the Duquesa landfill,
los demás
not the other landfills, because the other landfills were receiving the solid waste in the geographical area of their landfills. In the case of the Duquesa landfill, the times were reduced and they were not receiving the solid waste. It is not the same not to have the waste all over the municipality than to have it in better situation in the landfill. That's the reason why they declared the emergency. Duquesa shortened the hours and the trucks were not able to dump waste that was even getting worse in Duquesa, and they had to remain with the waste.
That led to the emergency declaration was the reduction of hours in Duquesa, correct?
la crisis.
The crisis?
Hello, no le escuché bien la pregunta.
I don't think I heard your question.
The crisis in 2017 that you describe in your witness statement was the result of Duquesa reducing its hours of operation, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Had Duquesa increased its hours of operation, the crisis would be over, correct?
No aumentar el horario.
Not to lengthen the hours, rather to accept the trucks whenever they went there to dump waste, because the crisis was and I apologize for the interruption. The crisis was a result of the fact that when the trucks went to Duquesa to dump the waste, with the reduction of hours, they couldn't dump the waste and they needed to go back to the station, and they couldn't pick up the next day because they were full. They had to go again to the landfill, and there were like 150 trucks ahead of them to dump waste. So they spent the whole day. They couldn't go back to the municipality to pick up the waste, and all of the waste was all over the districts.
And sir,
on the street.
I'm just trying to understand your testimony. Had LAJUN allowed the dump trucks to dump their waste, the crisis would have been over, correct?
No había llegado a su fin, no se hubiera generado la
I
crisis.
wouldn't say that it would have been over. It would have never happened.
Thank you, sir. And in paragraph 41, I'm sorry, before I get there, in paragraph 34 of your witness statement, paragraph 34, I'm going to put it on the screen, sir. Paragraph 34. You note that la unidad ejecutora took control of el vertedero on the 2nd of October, 2017, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And sir, is it fair to say that one of the first things that you tried to do once you took control of Duquesa was address the crisis, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you increase the hours of operation?
Sí, claro.
Of course.
Okay. And you go on to say in paragraph 41 of your witness statement, that you stabilized the situation in Duquesa very quickly, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
In only 3 months, you...
Sí, le explico.
Just let me finish my question.
Let me
and then you can
explain.
explain, sir. In only 3 months, la unidad ejecutora, jumping to Spanish, sacando al Gran Santo Domingo de la grave crisis provocada.
then putting an end of the severe crisis in Santo Domingo caused by La June.
Nosotros cuando... Sí, claro.
So
Of
in
course.
3 months, you solved the crisis, correct?
Te explico. En
Let
3
me
meses.
elaborate. In 3 months,
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a question that warrants a yes or no answer. And then, of course, the congressman can explain as he chooses. My question was relatively straightforward. So in 3 months, you solved the crisis, correct? Yes or no, then I'm happy for him to explain, but I would appreciate an answer, yes or no.
Lo que pasa es que esa pregunta es como un
but
teorema.
that question is like a theorem. It's such a simple truth that needs to be demonstrated.
No sé si me permite respondérsela.
Would you allow me to answer it?
Conteste la pregunta como usted piensa que...
Please answer as you think you should.
Le digo, abogado.
Let
En 3
me
meses nosotros
tell you, in 3 months, we were able to have the municipalities pick up all of the waste that was strewn all over the municipalities and take it to Duquesa because we left it open 24 hours so that the municipalities could cure the crisis, pick up all of the pop-up
y llevarlo hacia el vertedero. Eso nos tocó.
landfills and take it to the landfill. That took us 3 months.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And sir, after those 3 months, and after you stabilized the situation, as you note in paragraph 41, was the emergency declaration terminated, ended?
Sí, ya no había emergencia, pues ya los camiones
There was
podían
no
entrar.
emergency. The trucks were able to go in and dump the waste whenever they wanted to. So any crisis was no longer the blame of the landfill, since it was open 24 hours to receive waste whenever it was taken there.
Just give me one moment, Congressman. I'm trying to see if I can shorten my outline. Sir, prior to the Unidad Ejecutora taking control of El Vertedero in October of 2017, did there come a point when the Dominican authorities compelled Duquesa to expand the number of its operational hours?
Estoy teniendo una interrupción. Discúlpeme. Estoy teniendo una interrupción que no estoy escuchándolo bien. Repita de nuevo, por favor.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Please repeat.
Ahí sí escucho.
Thank you. Sir, prior to the Unidad Ejecutora taking control of the Vertedero Duquesa in October of 2017, did there come a point when the Dominican authorities compelled Duquesa to expand the number of operational hours?
No.
No.
That never happened?
Que yo tenga conocimiento, ¿no?
Not as far as I know.
Sir, yes, sir. I'm sorry. Did you have a comment you wanted to say, Congressman? I heard you.
Bueno, yo entiendo que sí.
I understand that that is the case.
You understand, yes, what, sir?
Sí. Que sí, que puedo hacer un comentario.
That yes, that I would like to make a comment.
Make a comment. Happy to hear it.
Ok, ya usted concluyó, abogado.
Have you concluded, sir?
No, I'm not done with my questions, but if you want to make a comment, I'm
Okay.
happy to hear your comment.
No, cuando usted termine con su pregunta, no hay problema.
No, when you conclude your questions.
So I'd like to go to R97. And this is a document, Informe number 2, final, concerning the 2017 crisis regarding Duquesa, dated May 17th, I'm sorry, 2017. Do you see that document, sir? Get the date.
Sí, el documento lo estoy viendo.
Yes, I can see the document now.
Have you ever seen this document before?
No,
No,
Sir, were you ever made aware that the Dominican government was negotiating a loan with JICA and the BID to create a final solution for the challenge in Duquesa? Were you ever aware of that, sir?
sí, eso lo escuché.
yes, I heard that. I heard that. Yes.
And sir, were you aware that this document describes in general terms that final solution? Were you aware of that, sir?
No, el documento no lo conocía.
No, I was not aware of the document. No.
The Dominican government has obtained a loan from BID or JICA with respect to Duquesa.
Que sí sé.
If you
If I know?
No, no sé.
You don't
No,
know.
sé.
no, I do not know. I do not know.
Sir, I'd like to go to a document that is part of R97. Which is a article. And this is a document that was presented by the Dominican Republic in this arbitration. And it's an article titled Mejora el vertedero de basura en Duquesa.
Improvement of the Duquesa landfill after
You see that title there, sir?
attaining an agreement.
Sí, lo estoy viendo, sí.
Yes, I
And
can
this
see it.
article is dated the 24th of March, 2017. You see that?
Sí,
Yes.
That's a few months before the environmental declaration and a few months before La Unidad Ejecutora took control of Duquesa in October, correct?
sí.
Yes.
And sir, pursuant to this article, the Minister of Environment, Francisco Dominguez Brito, was mediating the
Sí, así
dispute,
es.
That is correct.
mediating the dispute between La JUN and the ayuntamientos, correct?
Sí.
Yes.
Were you part of these meetings, sir?
No, señor.
No, no, sir.
I'm sorry, I missed your answer, sir. Were you part of these meetings?
No.
No.
Who represented el Ayuntamiento de Santo Domingo Norte in these meetings, if you know?
La parte jurídica.
The legal affairs section, the legal affairs director.
And were you aware, sir, that the dispute that was being mediated in March of 2017 by the Minister of the Environment concerned the tipping fees?
No, yo le dije que no participé en
No,
esas
I
reuniones.
told you I did not participate of those meetings. I did know that the meetings were taking place, but I was unaware of the terms.
And as you can see, in the first paragraph, la empresa, jumping to Spanish, la empresa que administra el
The
vertedero
company managing the landfill and the mayors agreed to create a commission to assess the rate that would be most convenient for the payment of each ton of waste dumped in Duquesa.
Sí.
Yes.
And in an effort to arrive at the correct tipping fee, you'll see that the parties agreed that they would designate, in the last paragraph, un órgano internacional.
An international body with knowledge in the management of landfills.
Sí, sí lo veo.
Yes. Yes, I do see it.
And sir, you're aware that as a result of the direct intervention of the Minister of the Environment, in an effort to resolve the tipping dispute between La Jun and the ayuntamientos, JICA, in fact, established or addressed the question concerning the reasonable tipping fee. Do you know that, sir?
Lo estoy viendo aquí.
I am seeing it now.
Do you know what was the recommended tipping fee that JICA proposed?
No, no sé.
No, I do not know.
Mr. Lorenzo.
Yes, sir.
In this moment, if I am not mistaken, you are close to, let me check, to 3 hours of cross-examination. I would like to know if you have for a long time still in this exercise in order to foresee the organization of this hearing.
Sir, it's a very fair question, and I thank you for bringing it to my attention. I have 2 additional documents that I have for this witness.
In time?
And, I'm sorry?
Time?
I would imagine no more than 20 minutes, sir.
20 minutes.
No more, if I can.
Well, then I think it is fair for the witness and for everybody to take a short break, at least 5 minutes, in order to just to.
Excelente, pues yo quiero ir al baño.
Excellent. I need to go to use the restroom.
What is clear, coming back to a question from Dr. Frutos Peterson, it is clear that we will not have another witness today. That is, I think it's not necessary to say that, even if not clear that we will have enough time to finish this examination. So after this 5-minute break, please, I will try to, with all due respect to your procedural strategy, to be as short as you can, because afterwards we have the redirect and maybe some questions from the tribunal. So 5-minute break, please.
Correct. Opening breakout rooms, abriendo las salas. Regresamos en 5 minutos.
Puede continuar, señor Lorenzo, por favor.
Thank you,
We
Mr.
can
Chairman.
please continue, Mr. Lorenzo.
Congressman, I want to stay on exhibit R97. And before we project it on the screen, we were talking about earlier in your testimony, the reduction of hours by La Jun. Do you recall that, sir? I think you're on mute, sir.
Señor Sócrates, en la parte de abajo, ahí donde está.
Mr. Socrates, at the bottom of the screen to your left, there should be a microphone. If you
Ahí está.
click there you go.
Gracias.
And I think we need to enter the surveillance camera. I don't see it on my screen at least.
Sí, tienes razón, no está conectado por alguna razón.
No me está traduciendo
You're
el inglés.
right. I don't think he has translation connected.
En interpretación el canal de español, por favor.
Sí, estoy tratando de seleccionarlo, pero el mouse está en la pantalla del lado y no me pasa a la otra pantalla.
Claudia,
Vamos a hablar a alguien para que pase a ayudarlo y mientras
They
tanto
are
le
just solving technical issues about the mouse and the screen, and they're trying to turn on the second camera. Arbitration place, please focus the camera. As soon as the breakout rooms close, we will be able to turn on the camera.
¿Ya lo arregló? Okay, perfecto.
Sí. Sí, ahora sí.
He is now receiving interpretation. We do not see
Sí, es lo que decía, señor presidente, que nos
the other camera. I don't know whether arbitration place has not sent the other connection. The other connection is sent, but the camera doesn't seem to be on. Let me call to have it turned on. Just a second, please.
Sí, incluso la pantalla que me queda a la
Even the
derecha.
screen that I have to the right is off. So let me say this. I know that we have some participants over there. Please do send the technician to the room where Mr. Socrates Perez is to make sure that the camera and the screen are on. Thank you, and we apologize profusely.
Señor Sócrates, en principio,
Mr. Socrates, in principle, the technician, we had asked the technician to be out there in the corridor. May I just go and check if he's there? I apologize, but this is what we had requested the technician. Let's see if he's still there in the corridor.
¿Lo encontró?
Sí, ya viene, ya está aquí.
Ok, gracias.
Se
Dígale
apagó
por favor.
Did you find him? Yes, he's coming.
También le prenda la segunda pantalla, por
And
favor,
he should
a su lado para que pueda verlo.
switch on the second screen so that you can see the documents as well. Yeah, he's working on it.
Esta, para que me la ponga que yo pueda ver también. Esta pantalla. Está bien, es que yo proyecten también, ok. Ok. Estamos ready ya.
We're ready.
Estamos listos.
Gracias.
We are ready. Thank you.
Deja que el técnico está.
Yeah, Mr. Lorenzo, please.
¿Puede seleccionar su canal de interpretación, señor Sócrates, por favor?
Can you switch on your interpretation channel, Mr. Socrates?
Seleccione el canal de interpretación para que escuche
Sí,
la
ya está. Está en español. Sí, lo escucho.
Congressman, can you hear me?
Sí.
Thank you. Sir,
Yes.
I'd like to go to page 12 of your witness statement in the section that's titled the 2017 crisis. And you say, sir, in your witness statement that the crisis began in April of 2017. Do you see that, sir?
Sí.
Yes.
And sir, as you testified previously, the crisis, as you describe it, was triggered by the reduction of hours on the part of Lahun. Do you recall that testimony, sir?
Ajá. Sí.
Yes,
Thank you.
I do.
And sir, I asked you earlier whether or not there ever came a point during this period of crisis where the Dominican Republic and/or its authorities compelled Lahun to work additional hours. Do you remember that question, sir, and that testimony?
Sí, recuerdo la pregunta y también recuerdo mi respuesta.
Yes, I remember the question and also my answer. I said I didn't know.
Okay. So let's go to the document that we were looking at just before the break, which was R97.
Okay.
And again, you say that the crisis began in April of 2017. Here is an article from April of 2017, and it's titled, going to Spanish, Medio Ambiente asume control del
Environment assumes control of the Duquesa landfill.
And in that, the same article,
I see
there's a
that.
photograph of the minister, a member of the military, and just under that picture, it says, jumping to Spanish, El ministro de Medio Ambiente
The environmental minister, Francisco Dominguez Brito, assured all the cabildos that they would be able to deposit their waste in Duquesa, regardless of the debts they might have with the company.
And then the article goes on, again, an article
I
dated
see that.
2017, goes on to say that the minister dijo que ordenó, jumping to Spanish, I apologize,
Said he ordered the National Environmental Protection Service to take all administrative police measures to guarantee the periodicity of public services offered by the Duquesa landfill.
So now, having reviewed this,
Yes, I see that.
does it refresh your recollection that the Dominican government, through its instrumentalities, did take action during the crisis period, and at least as early as April 2017, to extend the hours of operation of Duquesa?
Sí, veo.
Yes, I see that.
Congressman, thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, we have no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lorenzo. Doctora Frutos Peterson, ¿usted está en condiciones de iniciar ahora? o
Dr.
necesita-
Frutos Peterson, are you ready to go on, or do you need a break? Yes, thank you very much. Even though we have tried to limit our time because we have little time and we don't want to go on further than necessary, but as you saw, Mr. President, there were many questions, and I want to go over the points of the redirect with my team. I'll try to do that in 5 minutes, but I think I'd rather ask you for 10 minutes because there were many points, issues in the questioning. 10 minutes is fine. We can, that takes us until 1:45. And in any case, I can say, I'm not cutting you off. We can continue tomorrow morning, but I would like to say it's not logical to give you only 15 minutes. So I will give you half an hour for the redirect. And if that doesn't suffice, we can continue tomorrow.
Understand that La Doctora needs time, and that's fair. I would be amenable to starting tomorrow at 7:30 and stopping now, but estoy a la venia del tribunal, as
But
I
I am in the hands of the tribunal. First, I would like to ask Dr. Frutos if she is amenable to that, or if she prefers to begin at 8 o'clock because we have 3 days left. So I would like to ask her. Personally, I would like to take a break, go over the points I have, because we might be able to finish today if the tribunal gives us additional time, not more than half an hour more. I know that 2 members of the tribunal are in Europe, and we would not like to go further than that, but I think we can finish today. Okay, then 10 minutes break for your discussions among your team, and then we will reconvene. Thank you.
Correcto. Abro las salas, opening breakout rooms, back in 10 minutes.
Y el señor Sócrates, solo para que
And Mr. Socrates, I would like to tell him that you can go to the restroom, but you have to come back to this little room, and we will be with you a couple of minutes more.
Entonces, doctora Frutos Peterson, ¿qué nos cuenta?
So what can you tell us, Dr. Frutos Peterson? Well, I can tell you that I can be as fast as possible, even though my colleague posed a lot of questions on several topics, but I think I will only go into the most important issues, most important for the tribunal and for the current exercise. Good afternoon, Mr. Socrates. May I begin, Mr. President? I didn't ask for your agreement. Yes, of course, go on. I was quite pressed on time. Mr. Perez, good afternoon. I know that you have been very patient. I hope not to take too much of your time, but I will ask a couple of questions, and please answer me. The claimant counsel, Mr. Lorenzo, dedicated a lot of his intervention to show you many documents that say that La June was fulfilling all its commitments under the contract. Those are the verification certificates. Some of those documents were, you saw them for the first time when the counsel for the respondent showed it to them, or the counsel for the claimant, and others were shown to you by Mr. Lorenzo. Is that so? Yes. I will ask you about these documents, and I will show you Exhibit C47 and C48, which was brought forth by Mr. Lorenzo. C47 is dated October 2016, and the other document I'm showing you is dated November 2016. Those are documents which the council showed you, among others. If I go to C47, which is on screen right now, we see the name Jose Santos Hernandez Peralta, parenthesis Saldivar, as the municipal evaluator or assessor. Can you talk to us about Mr. Saldivar and what his role was regarding the operations of the landfill, as far as you know? Yes, of course. Starting in August 2016, when I came on board as Director of Urban Sanitation, from that point onwards, what Saldivar was doing is something that I know of. Why? Because he was hired simply to act as a link between the landfill and the municipality. What were his functions? He had to see that the trucks of the municipality of ASEAN would dump their trash at the landfill and came back empty. That was his function. He was not an evaluator. In a document that the lawyer showed us, he himself showed an exchange between the legal advisor of the municipality, and that legal advisor had to provide that letter to 2 people to act as evaluators, and this letter was never received by Mr. Saliver because he never acted as an assessor, as an evaluator. Thank you very much, Mr. Socrates. Can you talk to us about the type of person Mr. Saliver was? Well, personally, Mr. Saliver is an older person. He has a rather low academic knowledge, and that's about all I know about him. Thank you, Mr. Perez. In those two documents I showed you, and I might go to another, there is another name, Licenciado Franklin Frias. Do you know Mr. Franklin Frias? Yes, of course. Can you tell us who Mr. Franklin Frias is? Yes, he was a colonel. He was an active colonel in the army of the Dominican Republic, and he was acting as a manager of the Lajun Corporation. I don't know why he had this function because he was a colonel in the armed forces. So he was the manager of Lajun Corporation. Thank you very much. You also said that you did not agree with the content of those documents shown to you by Mr. Lorenzo, but you couldn't explain why you disagreed. Can you tell us now why you disagree with what is stated in those documents? I did not agree with the statements in those documents because I understood that they were false. When we came on board the executing unit of the landfill, I could not verify that they had access roads to the landfill or the perimeter fence. I couldn't oversee that by myself. The greatest problem for us regarding the landfill was the lack of a perimeter fence because the scavengers would come in through any area and we had no control of their access. We did not control the access of miners. There was no perimeter fence, so we had to see that they wouldn't come into that landfill. Thank you. Let me show you Exhibit C48, which is now projected on screen. Here it is. When Lorenzo showed you that box at the bottom of the page, you wanted to make a comment, and in the end, you couldn't do so. And I would now ask you to make that comment when Mr. Lorenzo was showing that box. Well, my comment is as follows. If you see when the evaluator of the municipality was sent to Santo Domingo Norte, and he had a letter from the legal advisor, he certified, as well as Mr. Saldivar did, that this was something to be built. So they did nothing after that addendum for the building of that perimeter fence. And I don't know why there can be lies in something that is obvious. How can I say that the perimeter fence is built when it was not built? So the perimeter fence, I would repeat, was not constructed, was not built. And the great problem with the scavengers is that you also have domestic animals coming in, and there's no control impeding the access by miners and by domestic animals. Of course, minors cannot work in this country. Thank you, Mr. Perez. I will now show you Exhibit R87. And Exhibit R87 is the final disposal of solid waste in the greater Santo Domingo in Duquesa. It is dated 8th of July, 2013. It's prepared by ICMA. He's an independent expert, and I will go to page 26. It's a document dated 2013, and it says perimeter fence. The Duquesa landfill does not have a fence in its 4-kilometer perimeter. We need a design to see whether that fence is built over blocks and it will have wire or not. And in this, in other paragraph, it says that there's no perimeter fence to impede the access of animals who can feed on the garbage. This is very important for public health, and this is a requirement contained in 0.31 requirements or obligations of the contracted agency. So this is what you were telling us about when regarding what you saw or you didn't see when you came to Duquesa. Yes, that's why I was saying, how could they state that the fence was built if it wasn't built? That was obvious. I think it was an engineer who also observed what I saw. There was no fence. If I say there's a fence, any other person who visits the landfill can see whether that fence is there or not, and it wasn't. Thank you, Mr. Perez. I will take you to another issue that you discussed with Mr. Lorenzo. He asked you several questions on Comwaste, a company that you said that was picking up garbage from Santo Domingo Norte and depositing it in Duquesa. And you said that this was the company which, to your knowledge, transported these solid waste to the Duquesa landfill up to 2018. Is that the case? Yes, that's the case. Now, I would like to confirm that Conways was the company transporting this waste in March 2017 when the company began to reduce the schedules. Was it Conways? Yes, it was. I will show you a couple of exhibits in the file of this case. It's R26 dated March 14, 2017, and it's a letter from Conways to the municipality of Santo Domingo Norte. And there's a paragraph here that says, there are endless lies where we have more than 65 trucks waiting to dump the trash in the landfill, and that leads to them waiting several hours because there's a bad condition for the deposit of waste. We have many trucks that are full, and they have been waiting more than 2 hours. And these trucks normally make 2 or 3 trips a day, and they do not have to wait that much to dump their garbage. And R27 is another exhibit I would like to show you. It has several pages, but if you give me a second, I will. This is a letter, R27 of 15 March 2017. It's a letter from Conways to the municipality of Santo Domingo Norte. And I am on page 3 of the document where the first paragraph says, we want to serve the municipality of Santo Domingo Norte and to fulfill 100% of our task of cleaning this municipality up. But these conditions make it very difficult for us to do so because of the schedule of the Vertedero Duquesa, and this is an alarming situation.
And on a preceding page, they talk about the working hours for dumping trash is insufficient. This creates great difficulties and damages because the need to leave the trucks full overnight so as to empty them the next day, which is bringing about accelerated deterioration of the condition of the trucks as well as the facilities that we use as base of operations. Could you please elaborate on these documents that I'm showing you? What is the relationship between these letters at the time that you described in your statement as the 2017 crisis? Yes, there were several letters, not just one, from this company, Conwaste, to the municipality or to me. You'll see they're addressed to Socrates Perez because I pressured them when there were complaints over the accumulation of garbage in the different neighborhoods. So I would call them because that was the company that was contracted to collect trash. And they would send me those communications. In addition to the accumulation of garbage, this caused great stress not only for me, but for them as well, because you can see that they were interested in being able to provide the service. But in the wake of the shutdown, the limited hours or the shutdown and the difficult situation in the roads within the landfill, it was very difficult. And also, as they say, they sometimes were supposed to make 2 or 3 trips, but they would only make 1. And sometimes one day they would do one, but then they were full. So they had to empty it one day and were therefore unable to collect more because of the limited schedule. And I would see that there were lines of anywhere from 50 to 100 trucks, interminable. And the dumping of a single truck, well, it's normally 15 to 20 minutes because you dump and then you go back to your collection work. And that 20 minutes stretched out to be 3, 4, 5 hours, sometimes even more. Thank you, Mr. Perez. I'm now going to move on to another topic, which was also being discussed with Attorney Lorenzo. He asked you several questions about your situation as a member of the implementing unit with respect to Duquesa landfill. And you mentioned this implementing unit in your statement at paragraph 2. Here you see it. If you want, you can read it to yourself to remember. But what I want to show you is R166, an exhibit that's in the record and which you cite in your statement. And this R166, we'll see it right here. If we could first show the cover page. It is minutes from 2017 of the Technical Administrative Commission of 2 October 2017. And this document sets the role or the assignments or to the members of the executing unit. I can show you, for example, at page 4 and pages 4 and 5. I think this is what you were discussing with Mr. Lorenzo about the appointments of the different persons. Is that right? Yes. Now, further below, we also have the functions of the implementing unit. They're described there. Could you elaborate? Well, could you read them and take your time? But what I'd like is if you could elaborate and explain to the tribunal the first function that is established and which it delegates to the executing unit for the or implementing unit for the Duquesa landfill. Well, the implementing landfill, as you say, was established in the wake of the crisis. The Superior Administrative Court handed down its ruling, and administration was passed on 3 institutions: Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Health, and Municipality of Santo Domingo Norte. Now the 2 ministries appointed someone, each of them, to represent them for the landfill, and the mayor of Santo Domingo Norte appointed me to represent the municipality in that implementing unit. And so we began to do the work. But, well, it seems simple, but it's really stressful work. When we, the unit, got to the landfill, there was garbage really everywhere. It was disorganized. It was going out into the street, the access area where the caliche would be collected. It was filled with garbage. When we began to weigh the trucks to go in, there was no way to weigh them because the scale had been, or part of it had been taken away. The computer for checking weight and the staff and the office staff, they were not there. They were taken away. And so we had to begin to make an effort with respect to the trucks. Well, we got to together, we reached agreement with supervisors of each of the other municipalities. We had Saldivar, each of the municipalities had someone who was the contact between the municipality and the landfill to make sure that their trucks could go and dump in good conditions. So, and plus the companies that collect the trash are paid by ton. So they didn't want it to be averaged, but there was no other way to do it. We had to average until we were able to buy the main unit of the scale. So we brought in heavy equipment to be able to clean up the street, and so that there could be access to the platform of the scale, and also with respect to the caliche. This took us about 3 months to organize all of that. And then they said, well, now it's taken us 3 months to do all of that so that the trucks could dump without any problem, and so that they could be we weighed, and that there would not be any difficulty to square away the payments, which were on a per ton basis. And as I was saying, it was a bit traumatic, but we were able to do that. And the municipalities were able to be involved with no problem. And that role related to seeing to the continuity of the public service of waste management. That was one of the functions entrusted to the implementing unit. Yes, our main function was for the municipalities to be able to come in and dispose of the waste with no difficulties, that they not have to wait in those long lines, which were sometimes as long as 5 or 6 hours, when they should be able to come and dump and continue on their way in a matter of 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you. You were talking, well, Mr. Lorenzo didn't take you to that part of your statement, and you began to talk about that paragraph 30 in your statement. If we could please show that, because I'd be interested in you elaborating on for this tribunal. What was it that the implementing unit encountered when it went to the Duquesa landfill? What was the situation at the landfill? Well, I was telling you that first, there was a line of more than 100 trucks when we got there. When we got there, the different ministries and the mayor's office designated those who would represent, and we went there. And the first thing that was said was that any type of information, well, it was the commission that was authorized to provide information. We found everything filled with garbage. There's something that provoked suspicion in me, since I am familiar with the maintenance area. Before turning on the power plant that would provide electricity when there is a power outage, and there are many power outages in this country. So the power plant, well, it was we investigated, and it was found that sand was in it, and that we were going to lose the machine if it was turned on. So we called maintenance to clean everything up so that it would not be lost. So we also had to do that. When we encountered the employees there, nobody from Lahun was there to turn it over to us. There was no one to say who we could say who is responsible, person who's responsible, or director or manager, please come here. Well, we just spoke with the regular workers who were there. And some stayed with us, and the others, we said, go to the Lahun office for any of your payment or labor benefits. The rest continue working with us. And well, and the matter of the scale was also, well, one understands with respect to the scale that when its main part is not there, we thought that was done as matter of ill intent. Everything was to be turned over to us, and that would have been the legal way to go. But at the beginning, it was difficult to organize all of that because we didn't have anything. We didn't have support material. We didn't have computer for that. But thanks to God, we were able to get that. Now, you said you didn't have a computer. Were the archives there, the computers? No, they took the computers. The computers that they used, they took it with them. We had to buy all of these things anew. New office furniture, computers, and light to illuminate the area. And we received support from the Ministry of Public Works to work on the access roads. It was a major effort by Public Works because it opened up the way so that where one could get to the platforms, and there were options for deposit, so that there would be options to deposit on one or another of the platform and not have to have these long lines of trucks. Thank you, Mr. Perez. Mr. Perez, Attorney Lorenzo also showed you a document. Well, he showed you several documents related to the contract, several amendments, as well as settlement agreements. The contract and all the modifications and settlement agreements. He showed you Exhibit C5, which is this. This is C5. And Mr. Lorenzo took you to your settlement, to your witness statement where you cite it. But when talking about that exhibit, it seemed to us that there was some suggestion that that document that we submitted so that they could see it might have been turned over in an incomplete form or by sections. Could you please explain how you received the documents that we provided you? Did we provide you documents with deletions or text expunged? No. You speak of this table in your witness statement, correct? Yes. And in that regard, I understand that what you're focusing on there is the perimeter fence, the lighting, and the equipment. Is that what you were trying to say? Yes, the thing is, well, look, the way it was showed by Engineer Castillo in the study done, in order to maintain a landfill, the perimeter fence is extremely important. Without a fence, there's no way to maintain control at the landfill. And that's why in the agreement with Lajun, there is talk of the fence because it was so important for that landfill. There's just no control without it. That's why I focused on the fence and the lighting and the access roads. Thank you, Mr. Perez. I'm going to show you part of the transcript when Mr. Lorenzo was putting questions to you a few moments ago. First, he was asking about paragraph 41 of your statement. Mr. Lorenzo took you to paragraph 41 of your statement. It's right here. You were talking about paragraph 41. The implementing unit was able to stabilize the situation at Duquesa landfill in approximately 3 months, pulling Greater Santo Domingo out of the grave crisis that was provoked by Lajun. Now, I'm going to show you the transcription because I want to know if this is what you heard. Mr. Lorenzo says, thank you. After those 3 months and after you stabilize the situation, as mentioned in paragraph 4, as you mentioned in paragraph 41, the crisis ended, the emergency ended, and you answered, yes, there was no more emergency because the trucks could come in and deposit or dispose of garbage at any time that they were to arrive, and the crisis was no longer the fault of the landfill. For any crisis was not to be the fault of the landfill because it was open 24 hours.
Mr. Chairman, and I've tried to moderate myself. This is the entire redirect has been leading, and the entire and now or reading. So,
Señor Presidente,
so I object.
Yo pregunté sobre.
Mr. President, I asked how the tribunal wanted to handle this. We could go to the audio recordings. I don't of the claimant's cross-examination. I want to abide by your guidance, but we're doing exactly what the claimant has done in its redirect. Not exactly. Especially, I would ask that you not give the answer. I said the same thing to the attorneys for the other party yesterday. You know that in an exercise such as this, you have to limit yourself to asking and not suggesting the answer. You know this perfectly well. So I would ask that in that regard, well, I want to make sure that you are fully free to ask your questions. I did so with the other party, but try not to ask those kinds of questions where the answer is part of the question. Thank you so much for this instruction, Mr. President. So my question to Mr. Perez is, what were you discussing with Mr. Lorenzo when you were discussing paragraph 41 of your statement? Yes, at paragraph 41, I was saying that it took us 3 months. It may have been less, but since we found the landfill in such a poor condition for such a long time, well, we had to stabilize it so that the municipalities of Greater Santo Domingo could enter and dump their garbage without any difficulty. It was kept open 24/7 for more than a year, but in 3 months, we were able to open up the streets. One could get to the Kalish mine to cover up the garbage. So we took approximately those 3 months. Thank you very much, Mr. Perez. President, I have no more questions. Thank you so much. I thank you for your patience. Thank you, and thank you for following through on your word. Without more, I give the floor to Professor Cohen, who I believe has some questions for the witness. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Perez. Good afternoon. I'd like to put 2 or 3 questions to you. The first, as far as you know, was there anyone who evaluated compliance or non-compliance with the LAJUN's obligations or by LAJUN with its obligations when you were director for compliance and sanitation? No, not as far as I know. Thank you very much. Another question also has to do with the contracts and the first and second addenda. When you were answering the questions put to you by Mr. Lorenzo, it struck me that the second, it struck you that the second addendum was adopted after the first one. Can you tell me why? Yes, because what was being asked for in the second addendum was what was being asked for in the first addendum. The second addendum was, and if that was the case, it's because they hadn't done what was set out in the first addendum. Thank you for your answer. My third question refers to the mayor of Santo Domingo Norte, Mr. Fernandez. Do you have any information about the fact that he was or was not accused of corruption? No, I have no knowledge of that. Very well, thank you very much. Those are the 3 questions that I had, President. And with your permission, that of my co-arbitrator, I'd like to ask the parties, both parties, if you could tell the tribunal specifically how 3 documents have made their way into this record, C47, C48, and C52. I'd also like to know if these are originals or photocopies and who had them. If you could inform the tribunal of this in writing, that would be best to save time. Obviously, I'm not asking you to answer right now, but if you could do so before the end of the hearing in writing, I think that would be important. And I speak with the on condition or under the control of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, of course. I believe the parties have taken note. At this time, we're going to end the session for the day. Thank you very much, Congressman Perez. It's you've been very kind. I hope you're not too tired. And you're released from your participation in this arbitration. So tomorrow we'll begin at 8 a.m. Washington time as anticipated. And we will begin with the examination, cross-examination of Mr. Cano, who will be the next witness. Any matters? So I'm sorry, I don't have to come back tomorrow? I'm done? Yes, you're done. That's what I was trying to say. Thank you very much. And may God continue to bless you all. Thank you. Any issues that you wish to raise, Ms. Frutos? Yes, very quickly. I don't want to abuse of your patience. I know it's getting late. I would just like to take this opportunity and give Mr. Leafley the references for what the claimant was discussing this morning. We responded to those points at paragraph 143, paragraph 143 and 174 of our rejoinder on the merits. And we draw the tribunal's attention in those paragraphs to Article 14 of the administrative law that was being mentioned by the claimant. It declares that administrative acts whose content are impossible are null as a matter of law or by operation of law. So this this is our response to the questions raised by the claimant. And quickly, regarding attribution, we mentioned that, of course, in our memorials, and you also have the references in our opening. We were talking about representations and support for the right that we're putting forward, and the question of attribution. It's all covered in the opening. Just wanted to take this opportunity to say that. Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, it wasn't a question for a rejoinder. It was really directed only to the claimant. I'm sorry, I thought it was to both. I think not, but at any rate, I see that the claimant has accepted you offering this response, totally fair play. And the tribunal takes note. And at any rate, we are familiar with the pleadings. So we will pick up tomorrow at 8 a.m. And if Alonso could send everyone to the breakout rooms in case you wish to continue working. Thank you.
Opening breakout rooms.